Go ahead, Caesar.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, May 22nd, 2023. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Tamara Gastelum and Dario Garcia. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce this morning's pledge group?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I would like to invite Reedy and Annabelle from the Young Women's Leadership Academy. They are going to be leading us in the pledge this morning before they get recognized with their resolution.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Rabbi Levi Greenberg.
Welcome, Rabbi.
Good morning.
Always great to see you. Thank you.
Pleasure to be here. Before I begin the invocation, I would like to start the meeting with an act of charity. Sovereign of the world, look favorably upon the county judge, the county commissioners, all the county staff, and all of us gathered here this morning, in person and online, and bestow upon us all the joy of life, good health, and prosperity. Bless these distinguished individuals who have been chosen to make laws and decisions for our county with wisdom and understanding in their noble pursuit of justice and equality. On Thursday evening, the Jewish world will celebrate the two-day festival of Shavuot, the anniversary of the revelation at Sinai, which occurred 3,335 years ago. During that historic event, God communicated the famous Ten Commandments as they are recorded in the Bible. Our tradition reflects on the fact that these 10 commandments contain lofty theological messages, as well as obvious and self-understood prohibitions against murder and theft. This teaches us that trust and faith in the Almighty are truly genuine only when it is evident in our everyday behavior. Conversely, the constant awareness of the supreme divine being is what can truly motivate a life of morality and purpose. Moments ago, we proudly proclaimed this recognition and our commitment to unity and justice in our nation's Pledge of Allegiance, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. It behooves us to reflect on the statement, "In God we trust," printed on our currency, to appreciate that all our success is a blessing from above, and we ought to utilize these blessings to spread goodness and kindness, one routine action at a time, thereby fostering unity and friendship, preparing the world for an era of true peace and tranquility. Please, God, give strength to our elected officials to be cognizant of your presence, and that they have the ability to elevate the quality of life for everyone in our region, and to inspire us all to come together in unity. That we truly care for our peers, for society, our environment, and work together to make our world a better place for all. May our borderland regions serve as a beacon of light, strength, and moral courage as we do our part in preparing the world for an era of global peace and tranquility. May this occur speedily in our times. Amen.
Rabbi Greenberg, if you would, we got some amazing people here today, and especially our young adults back there. Would you mind just letting them know about the gesture of kindness?
Yes. What I'm holding in my hand is a charity box, and it's shaped If you use your imagination, like Noah's Ark, Ark stands for 3 words: acts of routine kindness. We're all familiar with that. You have an opportunity to do some kindness, that's a wonderful thing. But not necessarily do you have that opportunity every day. And it's important that kindness should be routine in life. So therefore, it's important to have a box that you can place money into every single day. And with that, you take random kindness and turn it into acts of routine kindness. So you don't even have to have a box that looks like this. You can take any box, any receptacle, set it aside, and start off every morning with putting in a dime, a nickel, a penny. But do it every day.
Thank you for that. And we're very appreciative of the relationship that we've had. And, we met when August 3rd happened. And one of the things that the rabbi had said is that, what would a person like that needed to have done from a very young age? And we came to the conclusion that being generous, having generosity, opening up to people, understanding, and so there was his commitment to do something positive after the August 3rd and move forward in the most peaceful way, but help our children understand the importance of kindness and generosity. So just wanted to take advantage of my good friend, the rabbi here, with such a beautiful crowd. Thank you. Thank you, Rabbi.
Judge, do you have some opening remarks for us this morning?
Well, I had already started, so I guess. No, I just want to welcome all of you to our Commissioners Court on behalf of myself and our great commissioners. We thank you for being here today. We've got some amazing resolutions that are coming up, and it's you could see, I've got so many friends here, and always great to see a lot of people, because recognizing individuals and organizations is a big part of creating that unity that's missing so much in our society. And so I love resolution. We all love the resolutions, and to be able to recognize. If you're able to stay to hear everyone's resolution, we would appreciate that if you have that time and opportunity, because I really think it's very heartfelt, the individuals that we recognize. So once again, we thank you for being here with us. We have a wonderful day, and just have an amazing and very productive week. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4Z. We do have some items that we need to address. We'd like to ask for a 2-week postponement of item 4F for the Auditor's Office. Item 4F is pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Title 10, Section 2256.005, approve and adopt the investment policy as of May 22nd, 2023. This investment policy, when adopted, will supersede the policy adopted May 23rd, 2022. Once again, that will be a request to postpone the item for 2 weeks. We have a correction to read to item number 4I from the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. Item 4I should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement with Open Government Software for the County of El Paso using DIR contract DIR TSO 4227, awarded to Vertosoft LLC of Leesburg, Virginia, for a total amount of $978,501.67. Funding is available in CIP 23 Budget IT Software County for year 1 of the contract. Remaining funds for fiscal year 24, fiscal year 25, and fiscal year 26 will be available in General Fund ITD Maintenance and Repair Software. Contract number 2023-0368. And also for item 4V, we'd like to request that this item be deleted per the Sheriff's Office request. Item 4V reads, pursuant to Section 118.131 of the Texas Local Government Code, approve and authorize the county judge to sign an order setting reasonable fees for the sheriff and constable services to be effective on January 1st, 2024. Opinion number 1662. Once again, this item is to be deleted. Are there any other items that members of the Court of the Public would like to pull for individual discussion?
No. Commissioners? No. If not, with those changes, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner León,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout is absent. Commissioner Coronado,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring June 2nd, 2023 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout will not be able to read the resolution, so I'm honored to do that on his behalf. Whereas every day more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 17,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other income countries. And whereas Texas has an average of 3,996 gun deaths every year with a rate of 13.7 deaths per 100,000 people, a crisis that costs state $51.3 billion each year, of which $1.1 billion is paid by taxpayers. Texas has the 26th highest rate of gun death in the U.S., and whereas the cities, counties across the nation, including El Paso County, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. Whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is the county judge and commissioners court's highest responsibility. Whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. Whereas the county judge, commissioners, and law enforcement officers, in partnership with local violence intervention activists and resources, know their communities best, are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. Whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever as we see an increase in firearms, homicides, and non-fatal shootings across the country, increased calls to domestic violence hotlines, and an increased county gun violence. Whereas in January 2013, Haida Pendleton was tragically murdered and killed at age 15, and on June 2nd, 2023, to recognize the 26th birthday of Haida Pendleton, born June 2nd, 1997, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to Haida Pendleton and other victims of gun violence and the loved ones of those victims. Whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Haida's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. Whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June the 2nd, the first Friday in June in 2023, to help raise awareness about gun violence. And whereas by wearing orange on June the 2nd, 2023, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. Whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and our communities safe. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the first Friday in June, June 2nd, 2023, be declared National Gun Violence Awareness Day in El Paso County, Texas. We encourage all citizens to support their local communities' efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. Signed this 22nd day of May, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner León,
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good morning, County
Morning.
Judge, Commissioner Selena Sines. Sorry, I was about to say Assistant County Attorney. I'm not here in my official position. I'm a volunteer lead with Moms Demand Action here in El Paso County. This is Mindy Luevanos.
My name is Mindy Luevanos,
Good
and I'm
morning,
also
Mindy.
a volunteer here.
Thank you.
National Gun Violence Awareness Day is an annual event that takes place on the first Friday in June and marks the beginning of Wear Orange Weekend. Wear Orange is dedicated to honoring the lives of people in the United States affected by gun violence and elevating the voices of those demanding an end to gun violence.
We wear orange to demand a future free from gun violence. Orange symbolizes the value of each person's life, and we wear it to honor those killed, wounded, or impacted by gun violence, and to call for an end to the gun violence crisis. This year, we invite everyone to wear orange on June 2nd as we remember the millions of lives taken or impacted by gun violence and demand action in their honor. And we thank you for supporting gun violence prevention measures. We
Thank you.
also have Commander Urrutia here who'd like
Commander-
to support
Commander,
the
please.
resolution as well.
Good morning, Court. Good morning, Judge.
morning.
Commander Ryan Urrutia with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Today, we are here as law enforcement to support Moms Demand Action and their fight to continue responsible gun ownership, keeping guns out of those hands that should not have them, and also gun violence prevention. So we're proud to come up here and stand side by side with this great group and these great ladies from Moms Demand Action. So thank
Well,
you.
thank you for that. You know that we have found that juveniles now, more than ever, and unfortunately in our county as well, when they committed a crime, it was a misdemeanor, didn't have a gun, but now they commit a crime and they have a gun, which creates it takes it to the next level. And so we know that storage of guns is so important because they're not getting them. You know, they're not buying them. They're actually, the majority of them are actually from somebody's home, from a parent. And so we ask you for that. You know, there's a sense that people are saying there's nothing we could do about all this mass shooting, and we never want to get to that point where we feel like that. And I think these are some of the great steps that can be made to go in that direction. So, Commander, thank you both for being here. Yes, our Commissioner.
Well, I apologize for interrupting, but thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I always, when I go to different events, I always see our Assistant County Attorney, Selena, at every one of these events. And I think you all give out gun locks, but really help, and it's a big, big help. You know, we don't know what we prevent. We know what we prevent. We always know what we don't prevent. But just this goes hand in hand. My office is in the process through the county attorney's office and the sheriff's office. We're going to be sponsoring a gun buyback, which is we're hoping we target about maybe in the area of August, September, the start of the school year, where a lot of people can bring in their guns and they can be given a gift card and the gun is destroyed. But I've got to tell you, in my experience as a law enforcement officer, you be surprised how many homes we'd go to and they would tell us, can you all take this gun? I just want it out of the house. And I think it'll make a difference. Don't ever think that what you all do and what we do as a county together, it makes a difference. So somebody out there is walking this earth because of what you do. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Having that law enforcement career really helps us here at Commissioner's Court as things related to that. So we thank you, Commissioner. So, thank you.
We also have some gifts and materials for you all, if we can approach.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Solid gold. Paint. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
How are you? Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution honoring the creators and supporters of the Chicano movement mural.
Those for this resolution, you mind coming up?
Morning.
Good morning, thank you. I'm going to read the resolution and
This is
then we'll...
Antonio Marin, and my name is Felipe Peralta. We're just a group of people who were very active during the 1960s when we were trying to bring just some sense of civility to the Segundo Barrio.
Okay,
And there
could I
were-
just ask you really quick? I'm going to read the resolution.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll hear from you, but I didn't mean
right.
to interrupt, but...
Go ahead.
Okay.
You're the judge.
How do you interrupt like that? No, well, thank you. This is also from Commissioner Stout. He's not able to be here today, so I have the honor as well, which is quite a great resolution. Whereas the Chicano movement is an important part of the U.S. history, with El Paso playing a key role. Whereas El Paso's South Side was central to the organizing of community to fight for improved housing, education, worker rights, and health care. And where this period of El Paso history is often forgotten and left out of the landscape of history memory. And whereas Jesus Simi Alvarado, a successful muralist, is painting the Chicano movement mural on the back wall of the Boys and Girls Club, 701 South Florence, to recover and celebrate this period of El Paso history. Whereas the mural will commemorate the struggles and victories of the Chicano movement, especially in early days, with an emphasis on the contributions of the Mexican-American Youth Association, MAYA, la Campaña por la Preservación del Segundo Barrio, and other Segundo Barrio leaders. And whereas the committee for the Chicano movement mural includes Dr. Felipe Peralta, Antonio Marin, Oscar Lozano, Charlie Haddocks, and Dr. David Romo, and whereas the artists and the committee aim to highlight an important part of the El Paso history and enhance the quality of life del Segundo Barrio. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners recognize the significance of the work and the history behind it, and commend and thank Simi and all the committee members for their efforts. Signed this 22nd day of May, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner León,
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We're ready for you.
Okay, we just want to say that thank you for your consideration, and we just want to make sure that we put a positive light to the Chicano movement. There's still some people who have a very negative for the term Chicano, but remember that Chicano really made a difference in our community. That's what brought us all together to address some of the very important issues that were taking place in that, especially in the Segundo Barrio. And it was groups like Maya and El Segundo Barrio that actually made a national impact. As a matter of fact, we were invited to Washington, we were invited to Denver, Colorado, Los Angeles, to tell them what we were doing in our community, because we were extremely successful due to the leadership of people like Abelardo Delgado, Salvador Ramirez, Joe Aguilar, and Nino Aguilera. And out of that came a lot of good things, especially looking at the neighborhood now. We now have better housing for the people that live there. We now have a clinic, La Fe Family Health Center, and we're still striving to improve our education at all the schools in South El Paso. So thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. The Chicano movement is a huge part of our history, and it was a time when they were trying to find the identity of, you were not seen as Mexican sometimes, you weren't seen as American, and so the Chicano movement really created that value in who we were as individuals. And like you said, there's been some amazing contributions. I feel very fortunate that I received the last Chicano Studies scholarship to the University of Notre Dame, and so we had that opportunity to really understand the Chicano movement and what it meant and the contribution, and to take out that negative part of it, that it's not negative, it's something very positive that generated some great things in our community. So we want to thank you both for being here today and for this resolution. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution designating the week of May 21st through the 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Holguín.
Thank you, Judge. I am extremely proud to be able to read this resolution honoring and thanking our very dedicated public works professionals, and I'm very happy to see them all making their way towards the front. And while I read the resolution, I believe we have a video. If everyone could please turn your attention to the monitors. I'll go ahead and start reading the resolution. Thank you. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, parks, planning, development, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, extraordinary quality of life, and well-being of the people of El Paso County. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, parks, planning, development, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment and solid waste systems, stormwater, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our residents. And whereas it is in the public interest for the residents, business owners, civic leaders, and children in El Paso County to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas El Paso County has over 285 public works employees under the leadership of Norma Rivera Palacios, Fernando Hernandez, Veronica Myers, Robin Sully, and Michael McElroy, who provide uninterrupted service through their dedication to excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity, and who give through their commitment and sweat equity in sometimes extreme weather and difficult conditions to provide an extraordinary quality of life for our residents. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby designate the week May 21st through the 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week. Recognize El Paso County Public Works professionals for their epic service. Urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Signed this 22nd day of May, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Norma.
Good morning, Judge,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Thank you so much for this resolution. We really appreciate it. As you can see, I'm joined by our directors and some of the employees that walk alongside of us and are key to the success of our operations and our projects. We really appreciate this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else besides Betsy? Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, sir, thank you. Sorry, Judge, go ahead. I just, thank you all so much for passing this resolution. You look at so much of what the county does, and those who are the closest to our community, who are out there every day serving our people, are in this Public Works Department. And they're out where people live, where people play, where people work. They make such a huge difference in the lives of our community in what they do every day, and they do it with such pride, and I could not be more proud. I'll get emotional, but I love our Public Works team, and I really want to commend Norma for her leadership and how she brings the team together and they work, whether it's a parks project, you'll see facilities, you'll see road and bridge staff, you'll just see everybody pulling together to make it happen for our community. And I could not be more proud. So thank you so much for this recognition.
And although there are many, many photos in this really wonderful slideshow, this is only a fraction of what our public works staff do. So I just want to take a moment to personally thank you. Much of my precinct is in the unincorporated area of El Paso County, and so I see every single day the difference that each one of you makes in our residents' lives. So for that, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how proud we are as commissioners and myself that we get to see different places of the county, and the caliber of the people and the work and everything that happens is just amazing. And I mean, you've taken it to a different height. I think we've raised the bar to any other organization as how you do things. And, one of the things that, we're all about accessibility, that every person that lives in our county has accessibility to education, to health care, to transportation, and that's what you do for us, for the whole county. And we keep saying no one should ever live anywhere in the county different because they happen to live somewhere. It should be the same no matter what. And I think that, and I've always said that I hope you take pride, as you're driving around and you see the changes and the things that are taking place, and not only here but all our county employees. I hope they feel as proud as we do about everything that you do here. Particular to me, what I got to see firsthand was the healing garden and how the amazing, amazing work that took place simply because of the dedication, our in-house architects like Lydia. I mean, it was something that came from us to the rest of the community. And I think, it's now a national memorial. Both by the U.S. Congress and the U.S. Senate was made a national memorial. And so I encourage our audience to go see it because it shows the dedication of what it costs to make it happen. But if anybody else tried that, it would probably be 3 or 4 times more had it been regularly done without that heart and that spirit that came about. So I thank you for that and for every other project. And Commissioner Holguín, thank you so much for this. Is a very incredible resolution. And Commissioner, you're next.
Yeah. Judge, thank you. And I've got to echo what Betsy said. A lot of you are line personnel. You are the people that deliver the service. You are how the public judges the entire county. And I've got to say, I was out Saturday over at Waco Tanks. Norma was there. A lot of our folks out there, and they have a genuine, they're happy to be there. They're happy to be doing this service. So as I think back everywhere from the sports park and Waco Tanks, I just can't thank you all enough because you all are what gives the County of El Paso such a good name. So thank you.
And Commissioner Coronado is our new person that's experiencing the great things that you do out in his area.
Thank you, Judge. You know, and I really do want to thank you. I know I went out with some of you and toured not just the areas in Precinct 4, but also some of the areas like Cascarate and the projects and the works that we have in the plan. I want you all to keep up the good work and challenge us to make sure we support you. We want to do that. Y'all bring these ideas to us about how we better our county government. I want us to be the best county government in the state of Texas. So thank you all again for your work, and we really appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You knew? Huh? You knew? Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution declaring May 22nd, 2023 as Canutillo Independent School District Project Search Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Coronado.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners. Judge, it really gives me a great privilege and an honor to welcome people from my home district and my hometown of Canutillo. We have with us today Dr. Pedro Galaviz, the superintendent of Canutillo Independent School District, a lot of members of his administration and staff. We have teachers here, and we have students here from the great district of Canutillo, the only AAA-rated district back-to-back in Region 19. I really appreciate it. Dr. Galaviz, if your staff would come up, I'll read the resolution. Whereas, in collaboration with community partners, El Paso Community Foundation, Texas Workforce Commission, Empowering Hands, Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities for Success in Competitive Integrated Employment, and whereas by featuring a total immersion, unique employability curriculum allowing students to learn relevant skills that are transferable to in-demand community employment. Whereas the Canutillo Independent School District Special Education Department Transition Services, which focuses on results-oriented processes to develop and improve the academic and functional achievement of the child to facilitate the child's movement from school to post-school activities, including post-secondary education, vocational education, integrated employment, continuing education, and community participation, will achieve the goal of competitive employment and provide real-life work experience, skills training. And whereas the presence of the Project Search program can bring about long-term changes in business culture that have far-reaching positive effects on attitudes about hiring people with disabilities and the range of jobs in which they can be successful. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court declare May 22nd, 2023 as Canutillo ISD Project Search Day.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. What a village, right?
Yes.
What a village. And as you stated, Mr. Coronado, we have our students here, we have our families here, we have our partners here. And this is what it takes to help our students to grow and reach their full potential. So it is a great honor to be here and to stand in front of you. It is to express my deepest gratitude to El Paso Community Foundation, our Superintendent, Dr. Galaviz, our staff, our families, and our new partners, Project Search, Hospitals of Providence, Texas Workforce Commission, and our Empowering Hands. It is really important. Without their partnership, our students would not be able to embark on this new exciting new journey. Canutillo, for the first time, has entered this partnership that supports our 18-plus students, years with disabilities. That is so awesome. Today marks the beginning for our students where they will learn vital job skills that will help them in their professional and personal lives. The success of this program depends on the efforts of every person standing here. We do have our partners here. I'm not
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Commissioners, Judge, thank you for your service as well. Thank you. This is a true honor. I'm the CEO at the House of Providence Trans Mountain Campus, and this program is the third Project Search within our network. And I can tell you the history is just tremendous. The impact that we're going to provide, the opportunity for life skills, as we mentioned earlier, is just absolutely tremendous. One of the things I'm almost more excited about, it's kind of emotional actually, when you think about the impact the students are going to have on our staff lives. It's almost priceless. So, thank you.
And thank you for that partnership. Thank you so much. Eric?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I can't repeat what was said before, but it's great to see all these people together and these programs growing. I want to touch on something that the rabbi said earlier about change for all and the society for all. And this is one of those programs that's going to breed that change in the community. And it's so important to have all these community partners here so that things for opportunities for students with disabilities start to change. And that's really what we're doing here, and it's so exciting to see what's going to be happening in the future with this partnership, and as Project Search continues to grow in the community and is offered community-wide in El Paso. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Dr. Galaviz?
How about Eric? Come on, Eric. Oh, okay, so you're covered? Yeah, he's always behind the scene, the power behind the scene of this man here. But I want to thank you. I know no one is more proud of Canutillo, everything as our Commissioner Coronado here. So it's what an exceptional resolution and the partnership that has to happen to take care of our most vulnerable and to be there for them and make sure that they have those opportunities that everybody else has. So, Commissioner, thank you for this resolution.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us to present this. Thank you all again from the bottom of my heart. We really appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Let's take Thank you, Canutillo ISD, and all the partners in this program, Project Search. We really appreciate everybody, and thank you, Commissioners and County Judge, for letting us present this.
Item number 5E, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing May 22nd, 2023 as Young Women's Leadership Academy Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Welcome, everybody.
Welcome, all of you. He read it.
Half the room.
Well, thank you, thank you. Actually, this one, I know Cynthia Ramos back there is extremely happy because this one, along with the next one that has to do with women and the women's conference that I'm sure that you would enjoy as well. But it's really my honor to be able to read this resolution. Whereas the Young Women's Leadership Academy open in 26 and move forward with your dreams and believe in that. And of course, there's no way that we can go beyond what I'm saying than to thank your parents and your grandmas and all the people, your relatives, and everyone that was part of this opportunity that you had, and always thank them. Thank your parents and everyone that helped you through. So once again, we're very proud. I feel a little safer in our world today because I see these incredible young women ready to make a difference. Thank you.
And if we may approach, we have a little gift for you guys.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Judge, if I may, just really
Yes, of
quickly
course.
before we take a photo, I just want to tell each and every one of you how incredibly proud we all are of you. Like the judge said, and your principal, you all are our future leaders. In a few short years, some of you will be sitting up here where we are today. And I just want to tell you that you can do anything that you can put your mind to. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you can't do something, because that's just not true. And remember, you all are our role models for our future generations of young women. So we are all incredibly proud of you. We know you will do incredible and great things, and I look forward to it. Thank you all.
Thank you. She's a great example of a woman and what they can do and the power. We have Betsy Keller back there, or we have Joanne, all of these amazing role models. And so thank you for leading the way. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, sir. Commissioner Coronado.
Judge, thank you. Appreciate it, Commissioners. I really want to congratulate you all, but one of the things I want to impress upon you is make sure that you are persistent and you continue in your pursuit of your education and your professional career. You all are really blessed to make sure you have a support network amongst yourselves. Stay in touch with each other. The help that each one of you all can make to each other, the support network that you guys have is incredible. Later on in this in our agenda, you're going to see that this Commissioners Court is going to appoint the first women's commission to the county. You should be proud of that. You should try to involve yourself in everything related to improving the lot of human beings. And so really congratulate and thank you. The other thing I want to challenge you to do is wherever you go out in your education, please consider coming back to El Paso. Thank you.
You can leave, but come back. Be our ambassadors. Thank you. Thank you. Caesar?
Item number 5F, approve and adopt a resolution celebrating El Paso Hispanic Chamber and their 19th Annual Women's Conference, Dancing Backwards in High Heels, celebrating the women in our community who are changing the face of business and honoring those who paved the way for women and minorities to succeed in El Paso County, Texas.
Cindy, I asked these amazing, they were probably going to stay anyway, but I wanted to make sure, because I think it relates so much, these women, and what you're doing now is so connected, so I'm very privileged to. So I have the honor of reading the resolution. Whereas the County of El Paso would like to recognize the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce empowerment of women and minorities in business through 19th Annual Women's Business Symposium, better known as Dancing Backwards in High Heels, the premier women's conference in the region. We applaud their efforts in helping the face of business become more diverse. Whereas those who will be honored have been selected for their incredible contributions to the economic well-being of the state and our local economy. Aside from being a stabilizing force, these women have given back to their communities in infinite ways. And whereas the recognition of this hard work, their grit, their determination, and their strength in the face of adversity, we hereby recognize Jessica Christensen, El Paso Electric, Monica Moreno and Bertha Velia, The Job Connection, Amber Garcia, Amber's Coffee Bar, First Sergeant Sarah Fredericks, 37th Armored Regiment, U.S. Army. And whereas for their contribution to El Paso and the inspiration they provide to us all, we would like to recognize Bertha Gallardo, Las Palmas del Sol, Cindy Cavalier Marshals, El Paso Distribution Center, Imelda Guzman, HCA Healthcare, Amber Medina, Synchrony Bank, Alexis Maruelo, the Maruelo Group, Dr. Luisa Montoya, Diversity Matters, Keitha Adams, the University of Texas at El Paso, Ashley Cash, CC Capital Solutions, Inc., Cynthia Conroy, Westar, Maru de la Paz, Valley Baptist Health, Rosa Navajar, the Rios Group, Nathalie Parker, KLP Construction. Whereas on May the 25th, the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce will also honor those who will receive a Minority Enterprise Development Award. Every day, Americans' 9.2 million minority business enterprises deliver essential goods and services to their customers and help power the United States economy. They develop cutting-edge technologies, provide social services to people in need, construct roads and bridges, operate restaurants and retail shops, and make vital contributions to all industries. Minority business enterprises also provides proprietors and employees a sense of purpose, a source of dignity, and for some, a valuable asset to pass down through generations. During Minority Enterprise Development Week, we celebrate the ingenuity and dedication of America's minority entrepreneurs and will recommit to helping all Americans access the resources they need to build thriving businesses, a fairer and more prosperous nation. And whereas in recognition of minority business enterprise, they contribute to the local economy, we proudly recognize Minority Construction Firm of the Year, Mr. Frank Garcia, Perkling Enterprises, Minority Manufacturing Firm of the Year, Mr. Enrique Grajada, Mount Franklin Foods, Minority Marketing and Communication, Mrs. Conchi Fernandez, CF Creative, Minority Veteran-Owned Firm of the Year, Mr. Miguel Vergara, Milvian Solutions, Access to Capital Awards, Mr. Juan Carlos Diaz, First National Bank of Texas Minority Advocate of the Year, the Honorable Senator John Cornyn, Distinguished Supplier Diversity and Award, El Paso Water Utilities National Export Firm of the Year, Mr. Alan Russell, TECMA, National Minority Emerging Technology and Industries Firm, Mr. Stephen Crow, Kura Kubi, the Robert J. Brown Minority Business Enterprise of the Year, Mr. Demetrio Jimenez, Tropicana Properties. And whereas the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the County of El Paso would like to celebrate all of the award winners for the 19th Annual Women's Business Symposium, better known as Dancing Backwards in High Heels, and the award winners for Minority Enterprise Development, MED Week. And whereas the massing of colors represents all branches of the armed forces, ROTC, JROTC, veteran, civic, law enforcement, patriotic, fraternal organization, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, and our Gold Star mothers, Gold Star wives, and military widows. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court stand with the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in honor with the utmost respect and gratitude for you here today. Signed this 22nd day of May, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners Court. We didn't come with any gifts per se, but we really did come with gifts because the people behind me represent El Paso, and they are true sweat
really
equity in terms of the gift they give to this community in the services they do provide. So thank you for allowing us to honor them and share with you what we're doing. In the audience today, I have Ms. Terry Reed. Terry is our project director for our Minority Business Enterprise Development Center. And our MBDA Center, we always do a reception at the end of our women's conference. And we have our honorees for our MedWeek group, which is Juan Carlos Diaz, who is the Minority Access to Capital Award. Where are you, Juan Carlos? You're somewhere. There you are. Wave. We also have for our Minority Enterprise Week activities, we have Toby Spoon, who is with TECMA. He is the Executive Vice President, and that's our National Export Firm of the Year. We also have representing Miguel Vergada from Milvian Solutions, his wife Myrna, where's Myrna? She's right there behind me. Minority Veteran-Owned Firm of the Year. Did I miss anybody? Oh, and then we have Rose Guevara, who is our Purchasing and Contracts Manager for El Paso Water, which our Distinguished Supplier Diversity Award. So Terry runs our Minority Business Development Center. It's only 13 years old, so it's still kind of young. She does all the work and creates opportunity for all these businesses. So there are many more that will be recognized. On the Women's Center side, on why we're here, you can see behind me, I am very honored to have, got to get this right, First Sergeant Fredericks, the only female first sergeant for Armor in the Army, senior listed in Army, and she is getting our Setting New Heights honoree. First woman.
Thank you. Thank you for your
We also
service.
have Bertha Gallardo, who's one of our speakers and moderators and one of our sponsors. She's with Las Palmas del Sol. She is the Public Affairs Officer and Community Engagement over at Las Palmas del Sol Hospital. So,
Welcome.
Bertha? And then this young lady is Amber Garcia. Amber is getting what we call our Strive and Thrive Award. She has a coffee shop that she has in Horizon City, and right after she built it, she did it during COVID, Starbucks decides to go right across the street from her. So she's getting our Strive and Thrive because she is not going away, and she's in Horizon City.
Thank you.
We're also very happy to have Cindy Cavalier, who is the Senior HR Business Partner for Marshall's Distribution, El Paso. And so she is here with us today. Of course, generational businesses are amazing. So we have Velia Berta, who is the CEO of the Job Connection, with her daughter, Monica Moreno, who's the president, and they will be receiving the Paradigm Award. And then, of course, we have Mary, who is our project director for our Women's Center. I will tell you, our Women's Business Border Center is the only one in the country of the 131 housed by a Hispanic chamber. Mary does WOSB certification. There are only 4 in the country that do that, and Mary's department is one of them. Terry also is our state hub winner. She got an award this year for doing the best in terms of using state hub certification. There are 11 hub certifiers west of I-35. Terry is the only one west of I-35. We're the only Hispanic chamber that is housed with a minority business center, so they do all the work. I just signed the front of the checks, but it is a great day in El Paso to follow those young girls that we just did. What a wonderful opportunity for us to share how the next level of our generation is going to, certainly, you're right, take care of you and me, Judge, because we've known each other a long time.
And I really want to thank you, the small business, and I love the generational, that is so incredible. that you have that. And Monica, of course, thank you for everything you do beyond what you do here as well. And Cindy, thank you so much. The lives that your organization changes, going through difficult times, the Women's Center, the stories behind that are
COVID
just
was a killer for us.
amazing as to where they're at and all the challenges that they have and what you do to break all those barriers and be able to help them be successful. As you know, women already, they start off sometimes already having the challenges and businesses are difficult. And to start off, with some of those other additional challenges and that you take away from them. So we thank you for everything that you've done for how many years now?
Let's don't go there.
No,
25 in June as the CEO of this chamber.
She was in the kindergarten when she decided that this would be her profession. So, no, but thank all of you. The small businesses are the backbone of our community. And the organizations that partner, like Bertha, what you do for our community, not only within your career, but in the community in general. So I thank all of you for being here today and for honoring us with your presence and letting people know everywhere in the community the importance of supporting small businesses as you've done, Cindy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I forgot to mention that I also have Desiree Manzanata. She's our policy director. Where's Desiree? And
there she
Stephanie, who
is.
supports her.
What are you doing outside?
I know, she's taking pictures.
Okay.
But thank you all for your leadership and what you do for our community.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yes.
I want to thank y'all for the work and your passion for what you do, but I want to point out to the young ladies of the Leadership Academy, these are your role models, people you look up to, and they're going to inspire you, so make sure you pay attention to these women and people that are involved in paving the way for y'all to make sure y'all do even better, okay? So thank y'all.
Thank you.
I want to thank Hey, Judge, the sergeant would like to say something real quick. Thank you.
Sure. Good morning, sir. I have never attended anything like this before, but I am very glad that I did. A lot of hearing everybody's story, a lot of amazing companies, agencies, and people in El Paso doing amazing things. So this was very interesting. I'm not from here, I'm from Minnesota, but I've been here for 4.5 years, and I love El Paso, and this just blew my mind. This makes me like El Paso even more because there's a lot of people in the background that are doing wonderful things that makes El Paso a very family-oriented place. So on behalf of the military, I'd love to just say thank you to everybody in this room today. Thank you.
We're going to make you an honorary citizen.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for deciding to stay here forever in El Paso. To know us is to love us, and so we thank you for that, and we hope that we treat you as well for what you do. And we had the military ball on Saturday, so we have this amazing relationship with Fort Bliss and everything that they do, and so we thank you for your service and thank you for being part of our community.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
And I think Mr.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of things I could say, but the one thing I want to say is what an honor it is to live in El Paso.
Yes.
Just being here today, I'm sorry I'm a crybaby.
You've got to.
But seeing all these wonderful folks just members of our community doing great things, and I'm just proud to live here. Thank you.
Well, thank you for saying that. Thank you.
So now we got to take a picture, so.
Judge.
Please give him my number. I'm gonna tell him.
Nice to see you.
Don't step out. We need to keep quorum. Okay, yeah, just. Item number 6 is public comment. We have 3 speakers this morning, Judge. Do we have Ms. Harcrow online? Yes. We can start out with Ms. Melissa Harcrow.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Just wanted to remind all speakers, there is a 5-minute time limit on public comment. Everybody's being timed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning again. I was at the military ball this weekend. Judge, it was good to see you upstage having a good time. I'm just making another announcement and reminder to the public and to the Commissioner's Court of the Women Veterans Day events that are coming up next month in June. We invite El Paso, Texas women veterans and Repatriate Our Patriots, as well as the Military Veteran Peer Network invites women veterans and the public to a series of events for Women Veterans Day that's designated as June 12th. Our first event is June 9th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. This will be our Women Veterans Conference. We do ask for just women veteran participants. This is going to be at VFW Post 812. It's free to attend, free lunch. We're going to have a free business clothing giveaway. There will be a silent auction, and participants can register on Eventbrite. It's an easy search on Eventbrite for that registration. And then the next event will be June 11th from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. It's called Take a Walk in Her Boots, 5K 1 mile fun run and walk. And that is open to the public. That's going to be at the Old Glory Memorial. And it is a $35 fee, but it comes with an exclusive t-shirt designed by Viva La Moca. And they've also been very generous to design and sell some merchandise just for Women Veterans Day at their website, vivalamoca.com. Participants can register at Run Sign Up or Race Adventures. And our final event is going to be our Women Veterans Brunch, which again, that one we do ask for just women veteran participants. That's June 11th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Economy Wholesale Grocers at 411 North Zaragoza. That is free to attend. There will be a free brunch, and we ask participants to register again at Eventbrite. And we do have opportunities for vendors. They can contact myself at 915-867-6979, or Alexis McCrae, as you know, who is the chair for the VAP, at 915-383-5180. And that's all I have. I appreciate your time.
Well, no, thank you for being with us, and thank you for you being such a great ambassador. Thank you very much. You have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marilyn Ortiz.
Go ahead.
Ms. Ortiz.
Bless you.
Go ahead, Ms. Ortiz.
Oh, thank you.
Hi,
First
Marilyn.
of all, I want to congratulate the commissioners and our future leaders and all the staff that have been so helpful. This is pertaining to the role of government. The Apostle Paul, writing to Timothy, says, "First of all, then, I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings and all who are in high positions." That's you guys, and the future leaders. Prayers that we may all lead a peaceful, quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. This is good, and it is pleasing in the sight of God our Savior, who desires all people to be saved and to come to a knowledge of the truth. Peter, in 1 Peter 3:13 and 15 says, "Who is there to harm you if you are zealous for what is good? Have no fear of them, but in your hearts honor Christ the Lord as holy, always being prepared to make a defense to anyone who asks you for a reason for the hope that is in you, yet do it with gentleness and respect." As a reminder for me. 1 John 2:15 through 17. This is regards to pride. "Do not love the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the desires of the flesh and the desires of the eyes and pride of life is not from the Father, but is from the world. And the world is passing away along with its desires. But whoever does the will of God abides forever. In Proverbs, there's a list of 6 or 7 things that the Lord hates that are an abomination to him. The first one listed is haughty eyes. That means prideful eyes. Then let's turn to Genesis, the first book of the Bible. God records through his apostles God's flood on the earth in response to man's wickedness and prideful rebellion. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And so he sent rain for 40 days and 40 nights, and Noah and his family, his 3 sons, Noah and his wife and his 3 sons and their wives, and the pairs of animals from every beast and livestock and bird were aboard the ark for a year. And Genesis 9, finally the waters have receded enough that Noah and all the creatures and the whole family can leave the ark. God says, "Behold, I establish my covenant with you and your offspring, and every living creature that is with you. Never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth." And God said, "This is the sign of the covenant that I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for all future generations. I have set my bow in the clouds, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant that is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh." God proclaimed the rainbow to be a covenant between himself and all flesh that is on the earth. This is the significance of the rainbow. Paul writing to the church at Corinth, so he's writing to believers in 1 Corinthians 6, 9 through 11. "Or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men," and I would add, or women, "who practice homosexuality, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you." He says this to the believing church, "And such were some of you. But you were washed, you were sanctified, you were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and by the Spirit of our God." In Matthew 18, Jesus, heading toward Jerusalem, was hearing the disciples argue about who was the greatest among them. He taught them in this way.
30 seconds.
He called a child to their midst and said, "Unless you turn and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of God. Whoever humbles himself like this child is greatest in the kingdom of heaven." It'd be better for a man to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea than to tempt one of these children to sin. And whoever believes in the Son has eternal life. Whoever does not believe in the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God remains on him. So flee youthful passions and pursue righteousness. Have nothing to do with controversies and arguments. God may perhaps grant you repentance leading to a knowledge of the truth, and you may have come to your sense and escape from the snare of the devil after being captured by him
Time.
to do his will. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you for being here.
Our next speaker
You're
is
welcome.
Elizabeth Crawford.
Welcome, Elizabeth.
Much. I want to speak a little bit about the Women's Commission that I know is being formed and Memorial Day this upcoming weekend, which, as we know, is the U.S. holiday to honor and remember those who have died in war over the decades, over the centuries. And it's fitting and it's right that we as a nation pause in memory and reflection. And it's a day to cry out to God for our nation. The irony of Memorial Day is that many say it was originally a Confederate holiday, which dated back to 1866 after the Civil War, and a large intent in it was to decorate the graves of the Confederate soldiers. And there's irony in this, in that these men died to defend the freedom, what they viewed as the freedom of the South, to hold onto the institution of African slave trading. So in essence, giving one's life in defense of the freedom of slavery. And as we know, is a system that often was characterized by barbaric kidnapping, and in essence, it was human trafficking. And the Civil War was one of the most tragic wars in our nation, and it's proof of what happens when we as human beings listen to popular culture or the peer pressure of those around us instead of submitting to the righteous standards of God's word. And I remember in high school, one of my history teachers made a statement that just about every army over history that's fought a war has done it with the belief that God or the gods were on their side. In 1 Timothy 1, the Apostle Paul, under the inspiration of God's Holy Spirit, wrote these words about God's law, that the law is good if a man use it lawfully, knowing this, that the law is not made for a righteous man, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and for sinners, for unholy and profane, for murderers of fathers and murderers of mothers, for manslayers, for the sexually immoral, for them that defile themselves with mankind, for men stealers, for liars, for perjurers, and if there be any other thing that is contrary to sound doctrine, according to the glorious gospel of the blessed God, which was committed to my trust. The most tragic aspect of the Civil War was the way large portions of the professing Church of the Lord Jesus Christ in the South, people who named the name of Christ, led the charge in the cultural narrative of that day. In the days of the Civil War, many church leaders took passages out of the Bible, out of their context, and used them to justify their sin. In that 1 Timothy passage, what's forbidden is men stealing, kidnapping. Exhibit A of this in the 1800s was the sin of white men going into Africa for the purpose of snatching up slaves. It is true that Scripture did not condemn slavery in every case throughout all the ages. In the Mosaic Covenant, under certain conditions, it was permitted for a man to pay off his debt was one option of serving as a bondservant. In the days of the New Covenant, when the Roman Empire was ruling, the book of Philemon was written by the Apostle Paul to be carried with Onesimus. He was a runaway slave who just become a Christian. And the Apostle Paul wrote the book of Philemon as a letter to Philemon to forgive Onesimus of his wrongs and to treat him with love and kindness as a brother. There are certainly instances of slavery in the Bible where it's not condemned, but it's abuse to take such examples and then use them to justify actions such as the barbaric slave trading in Africa in the 1800s. It's the danger of elevating the narrative of the culture or the people around us to justify sin. This is precisely what's happening in our day with abortion, homosexuality, and radical feminism. From how many pulpits nowadays are these sins preached as acceptable? In the same chapter of 1 Timothy 1, Paul goes on to describe his own amazing conversion to Christ.
30 seconds.
And he describes himself as being the greatest of sinners, and yet Christ mercifully saved him. John Newton, the former slave trader, wrote the words of the hymn that we know of Amazing Grace. In the words of the Apostle Paul in 1 Timothy, this is a faithful saying and worthy of all acceptance, that Christ Jesus came into the world to save sinners, of whom I am foremost of all. May we this Memorial Day weekend reflect on the history of our nation and our own sinfulness and the greatness of the Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
Is there anybody else who has not signed up for public comment who would like to speak? Hearing none, that completes our item, Judge.
Judge, is Commissioner Coronado?
Judge, I just want to point out something that happened last week, and that was that The El Paso's Historic Mission Trail was chosen as the winner of the Best Historical Site by the 2023 Texas Travel Awards. So we should be very proud of the work that association is doing. And I also want to introduce somebody who hails from Precinct 4 who will be working with us, Judge, Mr. Jacob Lopez. He hails from Precinct 4, Mount Franklin High School, and the University of Texas at El Paso, and he will be working as an intern in our office, Judge.
Thank you. Welcome, Jacob. Thank you.
Judge, thank you.
Thank you, sir. This brings us to item number 7, board appointments. Discuss and acknowledge the appointment of the members of the county's first Women's Commission for a 2-year term beginning May 23rd, 2023 through May 22nd, 2025.
Betsy, you want to start us off, and then we'll go.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Just want to, first of all, recognize Commissioners Court for creating this Women's Commission. It was your vision and insight to create the Women's Commission, and in doing so, when the court discussed this, we discussed that to support this and actually really give it effectiveness, that we needed more internal resources. With that, the court approved us adding a position to our Boards and Commission unit, which is it was 2 positions that support Commissioners Court and help support the boards. We were very fortunate to receive a 3rd position from the court, and we hired Michelle Cochran, who was already with the county, to be our Boards and Commissions manager, and she is going to introduce the rest of this item for you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Betsy. Thank you, Judge. Good morning. As Betsy said, for the record, Michelle Cochran with County Administration. We are excited for this item today. This is the item for the court to appoint their individual members in accordance with the policies and guidelines that were adopted for the Women's Commission. We are fortunate this morning to have some of the members with us today. So if you were able to make it on time, may I have you all come up?
Yes, please, please come on up.
And I'll let them introduce themselves, if you would.
Thank
please
you.
Introduce.
My name is Dorothy Bird. Everyone knows me as Sissy Bird.
Everyone knows you.
My name's Andy Tiscareño.
Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I am Dr. Cristina Paz.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you'll just stay here for a moment, I'm sure you all want to say a few words, but just for the record, we also have, who couldn't be with us today, Commissioner Holguin's appointee, Perla Galindo, and Carlos Leon's appointee, Teresa Chavira. With that, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, can I start the bragging rights first, or Christina, you want to come up? I'm very proud. Just, Dr. Paz, what you've done and your commitment to the community during the pandemic. I mean, it was just amazing what you and your clinic and your team did for us in our community, and how you were always available. So I'm very proud because of her health. I really feel healthcare is going to be one of the most critical things that we're going to address, the challenges that we've had, and the highlights, what happened with the pandemic, and found out, how vulnerable we are as a community in diabetes and cancer and heart issues, and that shouldn't happen. And I think that's one area that I would really need a lot of help, because we got to see it and we made a commitment. I know I made a commitment that we couldn't just forget what happened, and that 97% of the 3,500 that died, plus that died, that had that underlying conditions, and we just cannot step away from that. And so I'm very honored to have what I consider her a friend, but a friend of our community, and just an amazing individual. And thank you for who you are and what you do.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners, for this wonderful precedence that I am about to be a part of with great powerhouses behind me. I couldn't be more grateful to be on this particular commission. You're absolutely right. COVID showed us a whole lot of ugliness the last 3 years, and Centro San Vicente was privileged enough to be a part of the county's needs assessment in the way of health and well-being. And while I thought that SDOHs were going to be on the top of the list, transportation, food insecurity, it was actually access to health care, which kind of put a stake in the back of me, because that's what we do. We want to provide access to health care to everybody in the county, and particularly for women. So I'm very proud to be a part of this commission, and I hope to set a precedence for those of us that will succeed us, and I hope to make a difference for the women of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paz.
Judge, I'd like to, I know Commissioner Stout's not here, but I'd like to speak for him, if I may, about his appointee, Andy. So Andy Tiscarena works with our Borderland Rainbow Center. She's a youth services coordinator, and she's working towards her certification as a mental health peer specialist. She is also trained in youth mental health first aid, and she currently, she is the youth services coordinator, as I mentioned, the admin assistant, and the queer peer navigator. I do believe that Commissioner Stout was really proud to bring her on board so that she can be a representative of those that she serves in that role. And I know that he is very proud to appoint her to the Women's Commission.
Yeah, I think we're all very proud of Andy. I've gotten to know her a little bit better, and I'm very grateful for this friendship. So thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm extremely honored to be involved in this, to be a part of this, and I'm very ready to be able to give back and serve the city I love and my home. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll be honored. Thank you.
Judge, if I may, it is my privilege and honor to have the honor actually to appoint Ms. Dorothy Sissy Bird to the Women's Commission. I don't know of anybody that really stands out as community organizer, advocate, volunteer extraordinaire, hails from Precinct 4 in the Northeast section. We really appreciate all the work that you do with the community, Sissy, and I know that you're going to be an asset to this commission, and we really want to welcome you again to this, as a founding member of this commission. Thank you, Sissy, for agreeing to serve.
I just want to say thank you to all of you, because I think it's a great thing for us to have a Women's Commission finally. And I think, the ones who spoke before me, we will truly have a diverse board. So I think that is wonderful, because each one of us will represent different parts of the city and the county. So therefore, I am truly, truly blessed to be here. I thank you so much. And like I said, each one of us will have knowledge and share our knowledge about each one actually as a person and as a woman, what we have gone through, because each one of us will have our own stories to tell. So therefore, I am truly blessed to be here, and to be a charter member is a wonderful thing. It is actually groundbreaking for all of us, and as we represent our different communities, and I am truly blessed to represent also the Black community, because we are such a small population here, and I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you for everything you do in our community, and you always stand up. You notice she said, finally. And that's who she is. She's going to make sure we're accountable. But today was like Women's Day. My goodness,
yeah.
What some amazing resolutions today. So thank you all. And I don't know, Michelle, if you have anything.
We do need a motion on this one for you all to acknowledge the appointment of the individual precinct members of court nominees to the county's first Women's Commission for the 2-year term beginning May 23rd through May 22nd, 2025.
Commissioner Holguín, do you do the?
I will make that motion, but first, I just wanted to thank each and every one of you for giving us your time to serve on this commission. Serving on commissions and boards is not easy. They're volunteer positions. You don't get compensated for it, but you're expected to give us a lot of your time, and for that, we are grateful. We know you will do wonderful things, and we are incredibly proud that you all will be the founding members of this commission. So with that, I would like to go ahead and make the motion to approve the individual precinct or commissioners court nominations to serve on the Women's Commission.
Second.
Would you like to list all 5 names, please?
Yes. Okay. Judge Ricardo Samaniego is Dr. Cristina Paz. Commissioner Carlos Leon, Precinct 1, Teresa M. Chavira. Commissioner David Stout, Precinct 2, Andy Tiscareno. Commissioner Ileana Holguin, Precinct 3, Perla Galindo. Commissioner Sergio Coronado, Precinct 4, Dorothy Sissy Bird.
Excellent.
Thank you. Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can we take a picture with the? Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Item number 8, discuss and take appropriate action to appoint the 2 at-large members to the county's first Women's Commission for a 2-year term beginning May 23rd, 2023 through May 22nd, 2025.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Chacon with County Administration. In accordance with the policies and guidelines, the court is to appoint 2 at-large members to the Women's Commission as well. Judge, would you like to move this item into executive session?
Some different options, so I would do that. If we could go into executive real quick.
If you want to make Judge Commissioners Eric Rosales Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney, so the motion could be to pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, which is personnel matters, to move this item 8 into executive session.
Thank you.
And you'd like to move into executive session now, sir?
Yes, right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we need a motion to move into executive session?
Second?
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss item number 8 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names.
Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the first park of 3.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're on item number 8, discuss and take appropriate action to appoint the 2 at-large members of the county's first Women's Commission for a 2-year term beginning May 23, 2023 through May 22, 2025.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Chacon with County Administration. You all conducted interviews for the 2 at-large positions for the Women's Commission in accordance with the policies and guidelines for this commission on March 2nd of this year. This item today is for you all to select the 2 individuals for your at-large positions.
Excellent. Betsy?
Yes, sir. Judge, Commissioners, I believe based on the interviews you all have conducted, you'd like to make a motion to appoint the Honorable Linda Chu and Xochitl Rodriguez as the at-large members for the first term of the Women's Commission. And if there is a vacancy in these at-large seats during that first term, you would appoint Ursula Kripa as the alternate for that term.
Thank you. So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And we are honored today to have the Honorable Linda Chu being able to join us this morning. If you would like to acknowledge her, she's here.
Come on,
Congratulations
please.
to all of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you for, first of all, adjusting your schedule. I know that this maybe was going to occur a little bit later, but thank you for adjusting. And thank you for this opportunity and the privilege of serving on this commission with these remarkable women. I am deeply honored and forever grateful for your confidence. Thank you.
And we're very honored, and we miss you a lot, okay? So thank you so much.
I have to say, though, I don't miss coming back here. I'm not feeling it as well.
Is there a, like, thank you, or what do you say at that? Thank you, Judge. You're amazing. Thank you.
We'd like a picture with all
Yes,
of the
sure.
commission. Thank you.
Smiles, 1, 2, 3. One more time. Thank you. Congratulations.
Bye-bye. Keep having fun.
Judge, with your permission, could we skip down to item number 11 next, please?
Yes,
Thank you. Item number 11 from the auditors. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.025, the 2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report is hereby submitted for your acceptance. This report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/ACFR.htm.
Welcome.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Barbara Parker, still getting used to that last name, from the County Auditor's Office. Our presentation today is on the FY22 Annual Comprehensive Report, and we have with us in the audience the external auditors, Craig Gibson and Joanna Gill. They'll be happy to answer other questions for you at the end if you like. The management letter was electronically provided to Commissioners Court and is discussed on slides 3 and 4. So the annual report is directly linked to the county strategic plan, goal number 1, the financially sound county government. I want to make sure that you know that as March 2nd of 2023, we received the GFOA Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for fiscal year 2021. It takes about a year for us to hear back from them. And this is the 33rd consecutive year that we've received that award. Items for discussion today will be the external audit results by Gibson, Ruddock, Patterson, LLP, or GRP, the government-wide financials, the primary government, and the general fund. The external auditor's opinion letter, there were no audit findings. The prior year comments we had in the management letter included the list of qualified brokers to be reviewed and revised and adopted by Commissioners Court annually. That still hasn't been done for last year, but it will be on the Commissioners Court this year in fiscal year 2023. Uniform guidance compliance. The Purchasing Policies and Procedures Manual did not describe some of the procedures for CFR 200. That condition still exists, but the purchasing agent is including it in her 2023 policy updates. For procurement, at least 2 purchase orders referenced a cooperative contract that was previously expired, and there was a similar occurrence this year. We'll talk about that when we look at this year's comments, comment number 2. And purchases where only 1 vendor of the same 3 responded with a quote, and that has improved. Current year comments include grant reporting. The auditors found that the disaster grant from FEMA, the detention health costs, personnel had difficulty locating certain documentation, and it appeared that a history of submitted documents was not maintained. Regarding that one, find it in my notes. The requested documents were not part of what was actually submitted for FEMA or required by FEMA. And the Budget and Fiscal Policy Grants Division has now established a process to capture, evaluate, and retain all appropriate documentation in the future to ensure that requests for documentation can be met timely. Under procurement, there were several purchases from 1 vendor that exceeded $50,000 in total. And the documentation referenced an expired cooperative contract. This is the one that I referred to on the previous slide. Purchasing identified 5 other vendors where proper procedures for cooperatives were not followed, and another instance totaled that the PO issued under a specific court order approval date exceeded the not-to-exceed amount. And our response to that one is that purchasing has established a training program for all buyers that will ensure skills are compliant with the use of cooperative contracts. Additionally, purchasing will eliminate the language of not to exceed on the as-needed items presented for Commissioners Court approval. This will remove the concern expressed in the observation. There were PPE purchases from 1 vendor that exceeded $50,000 in total, and it was communicated that the purchases were made under Commissioners Court declaration of local disasters due to public health emergency. However, the documentation was not provided, and additionally, the purchases were not brought back to Commissioners Court at the earliest available meeting as required. And the response to that was purchasing was required to provide N95 masks to county departments as the CDC guideline changed on required masks. The purchase was necessary to comply with the change in requirements, and purchasing will ratify these types of purchases as emergencies in a timely manner in the future. On our annual financial report, it consists of 3 main parts: the management discussion and analysis, the basic financial statements, and required supplementary information. The basic financial statements includes government-wide financial statements, fund financial statements, and notes to the financial statements. These go from summary down to detail. So if you read the management and discussion analysis, that's the high-level summary. If you want to get into the detail, you can go all the way down to the required supplementary information. The difference between a government-wide and governmental funds financials. The governmental-wide financials provide information on current and long-term obligations, including capital assets and long-term liabilities. And this is useful in assessing the county's overall financial health. The government fund tells you more about the inflows, the near-term inflows and outflows, and balances of spendable resources. This is useful in assessing the county's ability to meet short-term requirements. And the county currently maintains 61 individual governmental funds, and the largest governmental fund is the general fund. Government-wide financials. The net position is the total assets and deferred outflows of resources minus the total liabilities of deferred inflows and resources. And this is, as mentioned, an indicator of the overall financial health. For the County of El Paso, net position increased from $97 million to $161 million. Total assets increased by $127 million, and deferred outflows and resources decreased by $11.7 million. Total liabilities decreased by $68.7 million, and deferred inflows of resources increased by $119.9 million. And this was primarily due to an increase in the pension liability. Major changes in the assets included cash and cash equivalents, which grew by $68.5 million. Receivables grew by $12.9 million, and temporary restricted assets grew by $36 million. Construction in progress also grew by $8.4 million. Deferred outflows, which is the consumption of net assets applicable to a future reporting period, the pensions decreased by $10.1 million. Under liabilities, the unearned revenue increased $53.2 million, or 59.65%, and this is mainly due to $119.5 million of unearned revenue for the CSL FRF funds, the ARPA funds, and $13.9 million of stormwater project Sparks Arroyo funds. Notes increased by $15.5 million, bonds increased by $5.6 million, and compensated absences increased by $1.8 million. The deferred inflows for the reporting period, pensions increased by $118.3 million, or 289.52%. And the right to use leases increased by $1.3 million. That's a new item due to the new GASB that we had to implement this year. On the government-wide financials, there is the liability and deferred inflows and outflows of resources for pensions and OPEB are based on actuarial assumptions that change from year to year. And these changes in the pension and OPEB have a direct and opposite effect on net position as noted in this particular slide. So what affects the net pension liability and total OPEB liability? Changes in the investment earnings, employer-employee contributions, and projected earnings reduce the liability. Changes in the actuarial assumptions based on the morbidity studies can affect the liability by increasing or decreasing the liability. Changes in the liability are caused by changes in the expenses. If the liabilities increase, then the expense increases. While the government-wide financial statements provide an overview of the financial health of the county, the general fund provides a better understanding of the true financial health of the county. So on our general fund this year, our non-spendable is purchasing stock or inventory, and that had an increase in year-end encumbrances of $1.2 million and impressed change funds of $2,554. The unassigned consists of the emergency reserve, and that's the amount the Commissioners Court sets aside for budget for unforeseen emergencies. That had an increase of $3.7 million, or 19% from the prior year. Budget reserve is the amount used from fund balance to balance the budget. An increase of $24 million, or 37% from the prior year was seen. The unreserved is our general fund balance, and that had an increase of $2.2 $1.94 million, or 59% from the prior year. Our revenue highlights: overall, our revenue increased by $27.15 million from the prior year and $15.9 million over the final budgeted amount. Key increases were in sales taxes, motor vehicle tax, mixed beverage tax, intergovernmental, charges for services, and interest. Other revenue categories provided a net decrease of $6.72 million. I don't mention the ad valorem taxes on here, but those also increased. They had an increase of $2.9 million over the prior year. You get to hear about those every month, so we didn't include it on the slide. This is a graphical representation of what our general fund looks like over the last 5 years, and you can see that most categories, especially the taxes, increased, and we are starting to come back on the charges for services. You can see the dip when COVID hit, and now it's starting to come back. General fund highlights. This is 5 years' worth of data about our general fund and the balances. You can see this year our total revenues were $343 million. The next slide is going to show you the change over the prior year. So this year our taxes were $13.9 million more than last year, and the total revenues for the year were $27.149 million more than last year. The net increase of the $13 million, not including taxes, is mainly due to offices being reopened and businesses returning to normal, as well as higher interest rates and investable balances. Expenditure highlights. Overall, the expenditures and transfers out increased by $13.26 million, or 34% over the prior year. Overall, they were under budget by $82.55 million, or 21%. The key under budget functions included general government of $41.5 million, capital outlays $14.4 million, resource development of $11.7 million, and public safety $6.4 million, administration of justice $7.0 million. This slide shows you the graphical representation of the last 5 years on the different categories of expenditures. These are the actual dollars that go into making up that graph. Our total expenditures for the year were $305.9 million. And this is the change over the prior years. This analysis omits the transfers out, which decreased by $2.1 million. And I would like to say of the total amount, the $11 million, $16.5 million of that is due to personnel increased costs. $3.1 million is due to operating increased costs, and capital decreased by $7.9 million. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Commissioner Leon?
Thank you, and I may have misunderstood, but and that's easy for me to do. What is the difference between a finding and a comment?
Address that, Craig? I can tell you, but I want to let him talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
The finding is a significantly more serious matter, and it relates primarily to the single audit or the federal funds. However, we can have internal control findings as well, but they are typically very significant or very material. A comment is more of a recommendation for improvement, so extremely immaterial. So the items that Barbara went over with you that's in our letter, those are very immaterial. They're just, let's just clean up our processes a little bit. So I'm glad you asked that, because it was an item I was going to go over. Did you want me to go ahead and?
Sure. I just wanted to say that we do go over the management letter items, the the ones that they send us, not the findings, but the actual recommendations, because we want to be fully transparent with you.
And, you know, this is the actual report, which I'm sure y'all have had fun going through over the weekend. Not. I mean, who's going to go over all this stuff? But Victor here and his staff prepare this document. I mean, this is huge. Of course, Barbara and Edward provide the oversight and direction. But most of our clients, we have to prepare this document. So we're really proud of your personnel because they are well educated and they have the experience to prepare these documents. This year we had a significant challenge with this new pronouncement. Barbara referred to, this is Joanna, by the way. She's the brains of the organization. She ran the audit this year for the county. This new pronouncement had to do with leases, and we had to change the way we account for leases this year. And it was very significant and just a great deal of work. And your staff had to put in many, many more hours, and our staff had to as well to audit this new type of accounting for leases. We've got it all set up. The process is in place now. However, there is a new pronouncement effective for this coming year to do the same thing for subscriptions. And we're talking not magazines, we're talking about like software. When you have a 5-year agreement where you're renting your software or whatever, this is going to have to be accounted for in this new method as well. And so there's going to be some significant time involved in that. Hopefully, we've learned how it all fits together, so hopefully this one will go easier, although I think there's probably more of these subscriptions. So, but I have to say, I'm very impressed with your staff. They've done an excellent job. And again, the comments are extremely immaterial. These are just nudges to tighten controls a little bit.
Here. Betsy, since you work so close with our auditors?
Just echoing the comments that we have really capable staff in the department. And I think, Edward, I mean, I can't imagine a world without Edward being here with us every day. I know he has plans to retire, but I think he's done a remarkable job setting up his team to be ready to continue the charge after he retires and is enjoying life, but really appreciate the work.
This is like 10 years from now, right?
10 years from now, is that what you said? Yeah, yes, yes.
He agreed that he has a car payment he has to finish.
A beautiful car payment. But really appreciate the work. And I will tell you this, CAFR, I love using it to look at like what we're doing in drilled down areas and looking at what's going on in different, when someone asks me a question about our overall financial or something about a specific financial, I often go to this document and they do a really good job preparing it where it's very useful.
Edward, thank you so much, and you do have a great team. Barbara, thank you as well, and our auditors, thank you for your presentation today.
We do have a great team, and a lot of this was due to our financial planning division, our financial reporting division, which is headed up by James Utterback. And of course, they report to Victor, so Victor has a lot of oversight over that. They've done an excellent job this year, but it takes many, many people from our entire staff to put this together.
And all these, from FEMA funding to all these new changes and ARP, Jim, so thank you very much for staying up for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We need a motion to accept the presentation.
I'll move to accept.
Second.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, Caesar, take us to lunch.
Okay. Would you like to recess for 1 hour?
Please.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:09 PM.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. we stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because people, kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact is going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the largest growing sport, fastest growing sport right now. So,
this is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court. And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources. But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into four pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
In our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always welcomed those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
I think the message that we were trying to impart upon him, both, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products.
Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs.
Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact it's going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the fastest growing sport right now. So,
this is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court. And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources. But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into 4 pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
In our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always always welcome those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
You know, I think the message that we're trying to impart upon him, you know, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, you know, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, you know, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products.
Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs.
Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
this is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because people, kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact it's going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Diles bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the fastest growing sport right now. So,
this is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court. And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources. But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into 4 pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
In our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always always welcome those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
You know, I think the message that we're trying to impart upon him, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products.
Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs.
Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
You like it? Wow.
This is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because people, kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact is going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the largest growing sport, fastest growing sport right now. So
This is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no-volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court. And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources. But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into four pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
in our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always always welcome those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
You know, I think the message that we were trying to impart upon him, you know, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, you know, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, you know, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products.
Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 1:15 p.m. We are on item number 9 from County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the 88th Texas Legislative Session to include presenting information for the court's consideration, removing or including bills on the county state legislative agenda, and supporting or opposing filed legislation, and take any action necessary on aforementioned items.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I believe Alicia will be joining us in just 1 second. If you can give us just a moment while she comes up.
You're muted, Elisa.
Would you like to move down to item number 10 in the meantime?
If we could go to 10 and then come back to 9 while we work on getting Alicia connected.
Sure. Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for public health emergencies.
Judge, Commissioners, I double-checked with Dr. Ocaranza. He doesn't have any updates today. He said COVID numbers are staying, all indicators are staying low, no updates, and he'll continue to check in when we have this on. We're doing this, I believe. Caesar, correct me, are we doing this once a month now?
Once a month, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm sure if he's got something, he'll make sure he's on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Betsy.
Okay.
We'll
There
take
no
no action
further
on item
action?
number 10. Do we have Elise on?
Yes, I am having network issues. Can you all hear me? Can you see me, hear me?
We can see you. We can hear you
We
now.
can hear you, we can't see you.
Item number 9 has been read in.
Go ahead, Elisa.
Okay, there you go. I'm so sorry. I'm at the Capitol and there's really bad Wi-Fi today. But this is the last legislative session briefing. Please let me know if you cannot hear me. My signal's pretty bad. There you go. Okay.
Elisa, can you
Can
see
you-
the presentation?
Yes, I can see it now.
Okay, and we hear you and we see you.
Okay, perfect. Elisa Tamayo, Governmental Affairs Manager with the 88th Legislative Session Briefing. This is the last one for the session. Next Monday, we have Sine Die, which is the last day of this regular session. Hopefully, there's no special session, though the thoughts are being floated around that there might be a special session to address some of the governor's priorities, such as school vouchers and other things, but that has not been confirmed yet. So
We lost you.
Elisa?
Lisa, we lost your connection. Can't hear you.
We can try and contact her via phone.
Thank you, Alexis.
You could just message us her phone number, please.
Placing the call. We're going to try one more time. Elisa, can you hear us?
Hello, Cesar, can you hear me?
Elisa, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. You're on the phone. I don't know if you can still follow the slides.
No, I'm trying to connect to the to my hotspot to see if that will work better than the Wi-Fi. Because I cannot see the slides. Can you, or maybe I can just see them from my computer and then they can hear me? Is that what can happen?
Yes.
Just walk me through what I would need to do.
Yes, just open up the presentation on your end and I can follow along. You tell me which slide you're on and just tell me when to
Okay.
advance to the next slide. But everybody can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. Then let's go to the first slide, please, where we have the first county bills update. And we have House Bill 78 by Rep. Ortega that was passed by the House. And I was referred in transportation. However, since tomorrow is the deadline for bills to receive a hearing in the Senate or be voted out by committees in the Senate, and this one did not receive a hearing, this one is not moving forward anymore. So unfortunately, we heard that the lieutenant governor had issues with our bill, and that's the reason that it was not going to get, it got referred pretty late and it was not going to get a hearing. It's really sad. I think both Bexar County and El Paso County will work very hard to try to give this bill the push that it needed in the Senate, but we were not successful. The second one, House Bill 115 by Ortega, we have, this is a bill that was going to close the TABC loophole so that we would be able to shut down after hours bars. And this one suffered the same thing in the Senate where we were not able to get the hearing that it needed despite multiple attempts from our lobby team and from myself and allies such as the Texas Restaurants Association, the Texas Sheriff's Association through TAC. But we were not able to give it a hearing. However, we got some notes from the Lieutenant Governor's legal counsel letting us know what their concerns were with the bill to see if we can work in the interim to address this and then try to bring it up next session. Amy Monsiváis, again, I want to commend her work. I know I said this last presentation, but I want to say it again. She worked really hard with Rep. Ortega's office and with all the stakeholders, all the representatives and senators that had issues with the bill to try to address them, but unfortunately we were not able to on time. The next one is House Bill 671 by Representative Vice Chair Mary Gonzalez. This is the Veteran Suicide Prevention Campaign that this one has passed both the House and Senate, and it's been enrolled in the House, so it should be on its way to the governor's office pretty soon. Next one, House Bill 698 by Chairwoman Niave Criado. Again, disappointed on the Senate's lack of action by not giving this bill a hearing despite multiple stakeholders and outreach done, people supportive of the bill, and it passed the House with a very good margin of support, and unfortunately was not referred. I mean, it was referred in the Senate, was not given a hearing, so this one is also dead this session. If we could go to the next slide, please. Is it the one that starts with House Bill 784, Alexis?
That's the one, yes.
Yes, perfect, okay. I do apologize. I have not had network issues like all day, and I'm sorry that it happened right when I was about to present, but bear with me. There's 4 bills on this slide. House Bill 784, which by Rep. Vice Chair Ordaz, is a delegation of duties, which will will make El Paso County come in line with the other big urban counties that are able to delegate duties to their respective county administrators. We are the only large county that doesn't have that authority yet, but with great news, it has passed both the House and the Senate, so it should also be on its way to the governor's desk pretty soon. Next bill is House Bill 1394 by Chair Moody. This was a JPD, Juvenile Probation Department priority that sailed through the House with no issues. Nobody registered opposition on this bill. Nobody brought up any concerns, so we thought it was going to be easy to pass it in the Senate. However, it was never referred. Again, the Lieutenant Governor had, and we don't know what issues yet, but it was never referred to the committee, so it could not receive a hearing if it was not referred. It was received from the House in April, so almost a month ago, and we've pushed really hard to get the hearing, to get it referred so that it could get a hearing, and we were not able to. So this is something, again, that we will need to consult with the Lieutenant Governor's team, with their legal counsel, and see if we could address some of the concerns, or to see what the problem was in the Senate and why it was not referred to committee. If it had been referred, it would have probably been to the Criminal Justice Committee with Senator Whitmire, that is very supportive of this type of programs. So I think that had it been referred, we would have been successful, but this is something that was completely out of our hands and something that there's no control over. We have to, it has to be referred before it can receive a hearing. So nothing we could do about that one either, but we will try again next session. And I think it's worth keeping in mind that once a bill passes one chamber, that makes it a little easier to try it for next session. And some people say that it takes at least 3 to 4 sessions for legislation to pass. And this was the first time that that JPD brought this issue to our attention and that we filed a priority. So I think it was big progress that it passed the full chamber, being it its first session. It's the same thing that happened, I believe, with House Bill 784. Last session, it passed the House, but it failed in the Senate. So I think that's a good example of something that takes several sessions to pass, and then now hopefully we're going to see the governor sign this into law, and it's a good example of something that does take several sessions. So I'm not losing hope on House Bill 1394. I feel like if we try again next session, we might be more successful, especially if we work ahead of time with leadership to see how we can eliminate some of the concerns. Our next bill is House Bill 1385 by Chairman Moody. There's 2 similar bills, so House Bill 1385 and House Bill 1184. Joel Bishop has worked really hard on both initiatives. They're very similar. However, 1184 has more of the language that we need for this access to this data for statistical projects and research. House Bill 1385 is a little behind on the process. But it's been placed on the intent calendar. So it's already passed the House. On intent on the Senate, it should not have any issues, or not that we have heard any. But in any case, we still have the backup legislation, which was House Bill 1184 by Representative Tony Rose from Dallas, who passed her bill, and it should be on its way to the governor's desk pretty soon as well. So it's already passed both chambers. And but we hope that Moody is also able to pass that, just so that we have some sort of backup and we don't have any issues moving forward as we're trying to access this data sets. Next slide, please. Do we have the slide that has House Bill 1503 at the top?
That's correct.
Correct. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, House Bill 1503 by Rep. Gonzalez is one of our tire bills. There's several tire bills that were filed this session, so these three bills that you see on here. Unfortunately, Rep. Gonzalez's bill didn't make it through in the Senate. It passed the House, but I think got stuck in natural resources. It was not given a hearing, same as House Bill 3282 by Representative Vinton Jones from Dallas. But we do have Senate Bill 1346 by Senator Miles that was passed already by the full Senate, and it's on third reading in the House, which means that it's very likely to pass and head over to the governor's desk. I really don't want to jinx this because I know that it's been the governor who has vetoed the tire legislation before, but we think that this one that really just closes a loophole so that we can enforce illegal tire dumping is like a little enforcement mechanism. I'm hopeful that he's not going to have issues with it, but we will see, and I will of course keep you posted. And I think it's slow but steady progress in terms of illegal tire dumping and addressing that issue in the county. And something that a lot of counties are pushing also. It's not just El Paso County, but something that my counterparts in Dallas, we work really closely on pushing the three bills, and even if only one of them is successful, that's still good progress, I'm going to say, especially if it's signed by the governor and we can get that in effective this year. In House Bill 1633 by Rep. Ortega, I'm really proud of this legislation because our tax assessor collector, Mr. Gonzalez, he identified the issue. This was the first time that we filed this legislation, of course, because he was trying to address a problem or an unintended consequence from a previous bill from last session, but I didn't think that we were going to be successful, as I said, because it takes several sessions to pass something, but we did. So we passed it in both chambers, and it's already in the governor's desk. Hopefully it will be signed into law. We did request through Rep. Ortega's office to have a signing ceremony for the bill, which is such a big deal for veteran communities, for veteran population, and also for El Paso County as we try to, in our efforts to be the veterans capital of the U.S. And if we are invited to a signing ceremony, I will let you know, because I think it's something that El Paso led. We worked very hard on this initiative, and if we're hopeful, that the governor will sign it. It was also passed in a bipartisan fashion and had overwhelmingly support from both Democrats and Republicans. And just something that I think we should feel really proud of, and that I want to commend Mr. Gonzalez for his efforts, for dedicating so much time to this bill, and then finding witnesses and testimony to make sure that we had a compelling case and that we were able to pass this on both chambers again in our first attempt. Next slide, please. Okay, these last four bills are county priorities. I know I spoke last update about Senate Bill 851, which was our good subdivision plot requirement bill that it just got referred, it never moved, but then we have to shift all of our efforts to fight against House Bill 4108. That Eric Morales really, he led that effort, he led that fight in, sending an opposition letter, working with all the stakeholders and potential compromises, and then when we were not able to do that, then looking at all sorts of avenues to try to stop this bad legislation, which Representative Vice Chair Mary Gonzalez helped us with. She was ready with points of order, with all the issues that we needed to point out, but it ran out of time. But it did take a lot of effort. So I wanted to talk about that, because sometimes we have good legislation, but our efforts have to be shifted to try to stop the bad ones from happening. So I wanted to talk about that one, and then other efforts that we're also working on this week. Not on this slide, but very similar, Senate Bill 2037, which would also strip the model subdivision rules. That one is on the calendar in the House today, and we've been working, Eric has been working with Sharon County, myself, to try to get our members to stop and vote against this bill, and hopefully it's not passed by the House. But again, it's just an example of what some of the things that we have to do when it comes to county priorities and things that are good for the county. We need to also look at, be on the defense side and do whatever it takes to make sure that these other pieces of legislation don't go through. I'll keep you posted, but I'm hopeful that there's a way to stop also Senate Bill 2037. And then the second bill on the slide, Senate Bill 1588 by Senator Blanco. We talked about this one. It's codifying the ambulance staff waiver. This one has already been signed by the governors. This is the first county priority bill that passed. This one was also its first session. This is not a refile from last time. This is something that we identified during COVID and that we wanted to make sure that we codified to address those labor shortages in the emergency services arena. And so I'm very happy that it's already signed into law and that it's going to be effective in September 1st of this year. So congratulations to Betsy for bringing this issue up to us, and also Rachel Harrising from Life Ambulance, who came to Austin to testify and worked really closely with both Senator Blanco and Representative Morales. And now we're gonna have this bill and something that is very good for the county overall. Then we have House Bill 3903 relating to the definition of psychiatrist. So this one, as is, we knew from the beginning that it was not gonna. It was filed late in session, and also we were not ready to pass the bill standalone. But we found some different vehicles for the bill, and initially we tagged it along to a bill by Chairman Jeff Leach from the Plano area, and he accepted the amendment. He had a bill that was similar, also related to mental health. So these, so it was germane to amend his bill to include this definition, and it passed the House. I was very hopeful that it was going to be successful in the Senate, being that it had bipartisan support, overwhelmingly passed the House as well. And we were just very hopeful that it was going to succeed in the Senate. However, it was not given a hearing, so we were not able to pass this. And then in our last ditch effort, our lobby team worked with on another bill to tag this along in the Senate and yesterday, but the amendment it did not make it through. It was going to be amended into the omnibus courts bill that already had a lot of amendments and a lot of provisions. So unfortunately, this amendment to add our definition didn't make it on that bill. So we're going to have to, this is one of the bills that we're going to have to try again. And that I feel deeply disappointed because I know that Michael Gomez, Aaron Setliff, Erica Rosales, they all worked really hard to make sure that we found avenues for this very simple definition to be added on to the mental health code. And it was just very unfortunate that we couldn't do it, even if we tried in a bipartisan fashion in different good ways, I thought. So something that we can learn from and definitely try again next session. House Bill 3904 by Rep. Ortega, this was another one of our bills that we knew, and I think I told you last update as well, that it didn't make it through this session. There were a lot of issues from the very beginning that we tried to address with the governor's office, and then some other members filed similar legislation, but nothing that really solves the problem that we have in El Paso. But, you know, something that got the conversation going and that I think moved us at least in the right direction to identifying some of the issues that we have in our mental health emergency department, and something that I look forward to working with all of you and with our county attorneys as well in preparation for next session. I don't know if you have any questions so far on any of these county priorities.
Not at this time,
No.
Alicia.
Sorry, I cannot see you all because my service is really bad, but hopefully you can hear me and stop me at any point if you have questions. If we could go to the next slide, please. Just quickly on the housing bills update. House Bill, I know we talked extensively about House Bill 2625 and Senate Bill 1130 that would make home, or formerly known as HESAP, allow them to create an asset commission to oversee all of their assets. So what ended up happening was that House Bill 2625 made it to the House floor without any amendments. So we were, to an extent, supportive of the fact that this one had the language that required the El Paso County Commissioners Court approval for the creation of this asset commission. There were no pre-filed amendments, and Brett Moody and his chief of staff confirmed that they would not going to propose an amendment. We were going to try to amend it in the Senate had it moved forward, but it didn't. Representative Mayor Gonzalez called 2 points of order on the floor, and then Representative Moody agreed to postpone the bill so that we can all work together in good faith in the interim to try to see where a good compromise could be reached, as well as Senator Blanco. So he didn't take it after the Senate committee voted for the bill. He never placed it on intent or try to move it forward, since we couldn't really agree on something in such like short notice with home. But this is something that that we should try to address during the interim, and that we understand that home will need their asset commission to manage their assets. It's just a matter of the composition of the commission or the process to which this is created that we want to have more involvement with. So I know that we should schedule some meetings where we can sit down with the city, with the mayor, and see how we can make this something with county input and something that we work with in preparation for next session, that we don't wait until we are in the middle of session, and just try to work in good faith with all the stakeholders and all the parties. But I wanted to let you know what happened on the floor, and that Rep. Moody did request for us to please work with his office and with home in the interim to find good compromise. Do you have questions on any of the housing bills?
Alicia.
No, okay. Then next slide, please. If we could just talk real quick about Senate Bill 1446 by Senator Hughes. Do you see that on your screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So this is something that several department heads have brought to my attention over the last week or so, that would affect the way that our TCDRS, so Texas County and District Retirement System, how they invest. So this one was placed on the calendar for tomorrow, and I just want to give you like a quick overview of why we're so concerned about this. Mostly, I think it is that the private investment partners that do business with TCDRS don't want to do, I mean, if this were to pass, they will probably stop doing business with TCDRS, and then that cost would be passed on to the counties. So it would be extremely costly for the county if we see this legislation, if it passes. And something to note is that TCDRS has never had an ESG policy. ESG are what they consider social, political, environmental interests when making investments. And they've never had any policy like that, and they have no plans to have any ESG policies. However, I think the narrative about investments with ESG policies that they would defund, I mean, this is coming from conservative members that think that ESG investments defund the oil and gas industries, which is, it has not been proven. I don't think that's the case, but the narrative is there. And so with this very negative narrative about ESG, that is the reason that this bill came forward. But TCDRS and the Texas Association of Counties has been working to try to stop the bill. I want to just bring it to your attention and see, number one, that we cannot oppose this anymore in committee because it already passed the Senate and it's already placed on the House calendar. But what we can do is we can send a letter to the members of the El Paso delegation so that they can vote against this tomorrow. And I know that that has been the ask from Texas Association of Counties and all the stakeholders that are involved and that see this for that negative impact that it would have on employers. So the big cost of this would be for the county. And I think that's why we really need to at least send a message today or before the House convenes tomorrow to let our delegation know the concerns that we have with the bill. In this one, I would propose a motion to approve a letter in opposition to Senate Bill 1446, addressed to the members of the El Paso State delegation and asking them to vote against the bill on the floor tomorrow. Is that something we can do at this time?
I'll make that motion if we can do so.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'll make sure that we share the letter as soon as it's done. But again, this is something that our auditor's department, election department, HR, all department heads have emailed me, and that we will work together to make sure that we send a letter and that we hopefully have the votes from our delegation against the bill. Next slide, please. The last one. House Bill 1215 by Reps Cook, Moody, and many of them would require law enforcement and prosecutor agencies to conduct a full and complete hiring process. But then if they learn about like criminal history after making an offer, this is something that a lot of counties, not just ourselves, opposed. But it was again brought to my attention by the HR department and Ms. Melissa Carrillo. So I wanted to just give you a quick update that this bill and its companions have all died in the process. They did not receive the hearings that they needed to become law. But this is an issue that I will be more mindful moving forward. So in the next sessions, something that we will start tracking from the very beginning, so that we make sure that we work with stakeholders and make sure that we don't this doesn't slip through our county radar. And that we oppose as needed, some things that would create a burden in the county. So, but this session, we don't have to worry about that anymore. None of them passed, but we will keep an eye out for sure in the next session. And then Senate Bill 1933 by Senator Bettencourt. This is one of the bad elections bills that gives the Secretary of State broad discretion to implement administrative oversight on the local elections. And so something, again, that we were closely monitoring and opposing. Ms. Lisa Weiss asked me to bring this bill forward. So we wanted to let you know where the bill stands today. It was placed on the calendar, but it has not moved. I don't know if it will come back in terms of an amendment or what the process is, but it's still something that we have work with other urban counties, with our delegation, so that they know that we oppose this legislation. Same thing as House Bill 7, this last one on the slide here by Rep. Guillen. We had Assistant County Attorney Cristina Sanchez come to Austin last Thursday to testify against this bill, even though like all the hurdles were in place. They closed the testimony at 11 a.m. She flew in from El Paso, in short notice. She came in, she was able to get on the witness list and testified, did a great job testifying against the bill. And unfortunately, it's on the calendar for today on the Senate. So I've been monitoring and trying to see, working with Democrats and the community to see what's going to happen. But I don't know if Christina wanted to give an update if you're there, or Erica, on the latest on your work here in Austin.
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Tamayo, and thank you for your help. So on Thursday, they had released amendments to this bill. This is HB 7, and if you recall, this was formerly going to be the Border Protection Unit. It was renamed in those Senate amendments as the Texas Border Force. And so, as you recall, this would create a new division of the Texas Rangers to conduct border security operations, including law enforcement operations, intelligence gathering, surveillance, and tactical operations. And so their sphere of that surveillance and their overview and purview would actually extend out 30 miles in any direction from any port of entry. So it was a very expansive purview that they were going to have. One of the other key provisions that changed from the original bill that was proposed was that it was now going to be under the Texas Rangers, a division of the DPS. So they took testimony. They had recently released it on Thursday morning. You had individuals from the border communities come up to testify. You had American Immigration Lawyers Association testify in opposition, MALDEF in opposition, a handful of individuals that were there in support, and then, of course, Colonel McCraw from Texas DPS was there to testify as a resource witness for the group. They paused. We flew in because we felt that it was that important to at least have some El Paso public servant representation there. I know Commissioner Stout provided written testimony that was taken, and so we took this up late in the evening and outlined our opposition. We outlined and highlighted in our testimony. Special big thanks, of course, to County Attorney Joanne Bernal, Erica Rosales-Nagaglione, Jed Unterrecker, Aaron Setliff, who helped with the testimony. We emphasized that the bill is unconstitutional. We know that this is set up so this can be a direct litigation point and to file suit, in contrast to Arizona versus United States. That was the Supreme Court bill that struck down many of those provisions in the Arizona lawsuit when they were trying to check individuals' immigration status. We also emphasized and expressed our concern with having the Texas Rangers be the entity overseeing this new border task force, given the history with our immigrant communities and especially with our Latino border communities and what that may mean. So that was emphasized in the testimony. And then finally, the last point that was emphasized in the written testimony was the fact that this really has the ability to undermine our community policing efforts, really undermine our local law enforcement efforts. We pride ourselves, I think, especially in El Paso County, to have that relationship with the community. Our law enforcement prides itself in that as well. As prosecutors, we do as well. And so we feel that this expansive bill really undermines that ability, not to mention the racial profiling that this bill will, I think, inevitably lead to. So there's a lot of concerns there. They accepted that testimony very quick, 2 minutes long, but we now wait to see what will happen on the Senate floor. We'll see if some amendments will be taken up. We offered some suggestions to include creating a local advisory group that would at least help educate this Texas Rangers Task Force on some cultural competency issues. We proposed to take out that 30-mile radius that they would have the purview to stop and set up checkpoints to check individuals. And there were a couple of other handful of provisions that we suggested as well that we would hope that they would take into consideration. One thing I also wanted to highlight, the last time that this bill was heard was on the House floor. They had stripped out, by the time it made out at committee, the ability that it would automatically be a creation. Like, in other words, the county would have to accept this border task force. They had stripped that out. So now what they included was that, no, every county would have to accept, every border county would have to accept that. So there is no opt-in option to participate in this program. So we'll see where it goes from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. I tried to log on, but it just kicked me back out. I'm really apologize for the bad Wi-Fi. But if you can hear me, I'm available to answer any questions on any of the other bills, or if not, I'll give you an update after Memorial Day weekend and the following meeting, just to let you know whatever has been signed or not signed into law during the veto period that the governor has.
Questions? Anything?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Appreciate all your work.
No, thank you, and thank you for your patience today with my bad network issues. But I'm available via email or on the phone if I can help with anything in the meantime. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 12 from Economic Development. Approve and authorize the Economic Development Department to develop First Friday tours in the Mission Valley in partnership with Visit El Paso from June through October 2023. Further, approve and authorize the use of hot funding in an amount not to exceed $25,000 throughout the event period for the provision of tour transportation and other related expenditures. Funds are available in special revenue, tourist promotion, historical events.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Valerie Venecia for the record, Economic Development Department, your Heritage Tourism Coordinator. And before you today is a request for approval to use our county event funds that we usually award to other organizations, but this time for staff to implement a series of summer and early fall tours in Mission Valley. You may recall last summer we partnered with Visit El Paso to pilot, piggybacking off of the formerly existing Last Thursday's Art Walk. That organization has dissolved, but Visit El Paso and all the small businesses that participated from last year's piloting of this program remain very excited and committed. And so we're very pleased to launch this summer's version. We're also relaunching the Visit El Paso Ambassadors Program, and so we'll have each of the shuttle buses that are responsible for making the rounds through the 8 different stops from Isleta all the way through San Elizario to staff those buses so that they can help with folks who are getting off and on, giving information about each of the different sites as they're traveling throughout the routes, make sure nobody gets lost or anything like that. The shuttle service will also continue to provide service from downtown at the convention center. Everything is free. The businesses are not charged a fee to participate. This is just a way for us to promote them and let both visitors and locals know that they're in existence so that they can have both visitors and locals patronize their establishments. We're bringing this to you prior to presenting the individual contracts that will need to be assigned to each of the different expenditures, the shuttle service, marketing, printing costs for the signage, production costs such as light towers for the historic district, where we're really excited. Our Parks Department continues to be a great partner in providing family-oriented activities there at the Veterans Placita in the San Elizario Historic District. Last year, they even showed Coco, a family-friendly movie. So lots of moving parts, but it should be a really fun time for everyone who attends. And also want to give a huge shout out to our county attorneys. I kind of jumped the gun with putting this on the agenda when I remembered that we weren't going to have court next Monday. But all of these are expenditures that are well within routine items that come out of our hot funds when we do support other organizations and nonprofits in their events. And since this is now being staff-led, we wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of these items coming up through the county auditors for payment. And we're working in partnership with purchasing to make sure that everything runs smoothly, since this is a little bit of a different operation and procedures. Something we learned from Corazón Raíces Historia, but we're very excited to tackle this portion of the strategic plan, which calls for expansion of events and programming in cultural heritage tourism for the county. So. And it also comes as at a great time, as Commissioner Coronado mentioned. Thanks again also to our outstanding partnership with Visit El Paso. They submitted an application to Travel Texas and they were selected. And so the Mission Trail has been established as the official best historic site throughout the entire state. And so this program will be able to capitalize on the free marketing that our state tourism agencies will be spreading throughout. So
it's great news.
Yeah. And I want to say I'm very, very excited about this initiative. I don't know if anyone participated in the last Thursday's events that we had last year along the Mission Trail, but they were really, really neat. People really enjoyed themselves. We talked to people on the shuttles who had never even heard of the Mission Trail, didn't know that that was located in El Paso County, but who really enjoyed themselves along the tour. So I'm really excited about this collaboration with Visit El Paso. And like you said, Valerie, it's perfect timing with the announcement of the Texas Travel Awards. I know that their publicity is going to start in July. I think we're going to be featured in the July edition, but I think it's a perfect opportunity to showcase the Mission Trail and to make sure that as many people as possible know about this wonderful gem that we have in our community.
Support, Commissioner.
If there's no questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I just had a question. And, so these have already been approved by the county attorney's office, that the hot funds are already proper use? I mean, I don't know about the metrics for it, but I know it's a good use for it, but do we have to keep track of any such metrics for make sure that we're complying with that?
Absolutely,
yeah, I'll answer that question. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Eric Rosales, Aglione, Assistant County Attorney. So we will work with the department to vet, to be sure that these are, I know Valerie is saying traditionally they are, but we always just double check to be sure they're within the hot fund statute. And we'll also, for the motion, just for your consideration, we'll more than likely bring back contracts. We'll get some more details from the department of how they're envisioning it. But traditionally speaking, we bring back contracts or something else for this court to review so you know how the expenditures are happening. So for this motion, it would be just the allocation of the funds, again, for further approval via contract.
Thank you for that, Erica. And yes, so for certain, there will be contracts for the transportation, which is what purchasing is helping us vet through their procedures. We're not currently able to use our county shuttles, which is why we're having to go through an outside source. So there'll be a contract for that. More than likely an interlocal between the county and Visit El Paso. As I mentioned, we're providing the shuttles, they're providing the tour guides. They'll be providing a lot of the marketing since that comes out of their wheelhouse on an ongoing routine basis. Anyhow, the light towers or any other production type equipment will also require a contract and absolutely will be vetted through the county attorneys. At this time, we're just asking for approval of the event by concept, and all of those additional items will be forthcoming.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item number 13 from Health and Social Services. Pursuant to the Commissioners Court Use of Purchasing Act Discretionary Exemptions Order, to respond to a public calamity and preserve or protect public health and safety as amended, ratify the Chief Administrator's emergency purchase of a long-distance charter transport services with Los Misioneros Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $250,000 for the period of May 12, 2023 through June 15, 2023. Funding is available in General Fund, Community Services Migrant Center Services General, and Special Grant G Humanitarian 23 Operating Expenses. Contract number 2023-0379.
Welcome, Irene.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. Betsy exercised discretion that you authorized to her to request for emergency purchase for a long-distance charter. We went ahead and provided information to purchasing to be able to do small quotes or general requests for proposals to be able to solicit long-distance charter operation. And so we selected Los Misioneros, which is a local bus company, to be able to do that. We have chartered one trip to Dallas with this charter already, and we're expecting to do another charter this week with this contract.
Irene, did you already mention, I'm sorry, did you mention that this is funded by the FEMA funding?
I did not, but it is covered under the funding that we are provided through FEMA.
So Irene, in total, how many charters are we expecting to be able to do in this time period?
Because the volume.
No, I was just going to ask if you had an idea, if you had an estimate.
We had estimated to do several charters per day every week. However, because the volume has decreased, I think we're going to do 2 to 3 charters per week, depending on the number of migrants that we receive in this community. And so within this time period, I would say there's another 3 weeks to it, maybe about 9 or 10 more charters.
And the charters are all to cities where there are NGOs with whom we're coordinating, correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, pursuant to the Commissioners Court Use of Purchasing Act discretionary exemptions order to respond to a public calamity and preserve or protect public health and safety, as amended, ratify the Chief Administrator's emergency purchase of local transport from CBP facilities to the Migrant Support Services Center through Los Misioneros Incorporated in the amount of $150 per hour for May 15, 2023 through May 18, 2023. Funding is available in General Fund, Community Services, Migrant Centers Services General, and Special Grant G Humanitarian 23 Operating Expense, contract number 2023-0414.
Good afternoon again, County Judge Commissioners, Irene Valenzuela for the record. This was an emergency request that came about due to our existing local transit provider losing some drivers about 2 to 3 days ahead of the eventual lifting of Title 42, and we needed to find a local transit provider quickly to be able to support our existing hospitality site transports within our shelters, as well as intended pickups from the Central Processing Center at Border Patrol to our Migrant Support Services Center. And so we requested an emergency purchase to be able to solicit a provider to be able to do that. And we selected Los Misioneros as well to do that. We eventually only used them 2 days because the volume again decreased significantly within the days preceding the lifting of Title 42. And so this is just to authorize or ratify that emergency purchase that we had to do.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Irene.
Thank you all. Thank you.
The best to your team, okay?
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that.
If we could quickly jump to the addendum to the agenda, item number 23. We're going to ask that this item be deleted per the Community Services Department. Item 23 reads, approve and authorize the county judge to accept the FEMA Humanitarian Relief Funding Awards for the county's emergency migrant response with a performance period starting April 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2023 in the amount of $13,429,660.19. Contract numbers 2023-0429, 2023-0430, and 2023-0431. If we could please have a motion to delete.
So moved.
Second.
Can I just ask really quickly, will it be brought back, or why is the item being deleted?
It's being, thank you, Commissioner, good question. The reason it's being deleted is because we've received an award letter, and then we have received actual funding that does not match align with the award letter we've received. So we've received some odd amounts. We're trying to reconcile what those amounts are for, and then also to reconcile this award letter, extending this through the end of the year to those amounts.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
We do plan to have it back in 2 weeks.
Wonderful, thank you.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 15 from Public Works, receive an update from the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority regarding the Pelicano widening project.
Good afternoon, Josh, Commissioners. Daniel Marquez, Transportation Engineer, Planning and Development. Today we have Reyes Teles, who is the Executive Director for the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority, who will be providing an update on the Pelicano project and the current status.
Thank you, Daniel. Welcome, Raymond.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Raymond Tellez, Executive Director for the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority, and I am here to provide your monthly update on the Pelicano project. So I wanted to touch on 3 distinct areas this time, and obviously I'm happy to answer any questions as we go through these. The first area I'll touch on is traffic flow and safety issues. So since our last visit, and you will have heard about some of these, but since my last visit with you all, The relief route that comes off of Pelicano heading north to Vista del Sol, that is reopened in late April, which has been a huge benefit for congestion issues in the area. So that's a big relief. We've also spent some time with the traffic light phasing and the traffic cameras that are at the intersections of Pelicano and Mission Ridge, and also Pelicano at Sunfire. And those have been adjusted, and we think that those are helping with some of the alleviate some of that congestion as well. So we're hopeful that that's helping. And then a final intersection at 375, those traffic lights are controlled by the City of El Paso. We've reached out to them to see if they would look at adjusting some of their timing as well. That would help additionally with the flow. So those are some of the traffic flow issues we've been working on. There's also an area with the relief route, when the relief route is heading south, coming down to connect to Pelicano, we're noticing that some folks are heading off into the shoulder and driving on the dirt and creating some safety issues. So we're looking at placing some additional barriers and trying to funnel that traffic back to where it needs to be. We do think, though, that with the traffic light sequencing that we've been adjusting, we think that should be fine. But that's a safety issue that we're looking at right now. I think Daniel passed out the postcard that we shared at your all's request. We've shared that postcard to over 2,000 different addresses that were provided by the county, and that the intent of the postcard was to alert the community to a website that we've created for the project to provide the latest information on that particular project. And we've had quite a few visits since it went up in late April. So I think that's it was a good addition, and that is out there now. And so I think the biggest issue that we've been discussing is, of course, the bankruptcy. So we have a bit of an update for you all on that one. On May 5th, the RMA submitted a motion to lift stay. So if I take it back a step, if you all recall, what we've talked about in a bankruptcy is that when somebody files for bankruptcy, there's what's termed a bankruptcy stay. That freezes any actions against the bankruptcy estate, in this case, the contractor. So that means we cannot pursue the surety, we cannot pursue a replacement contractor, we just couldn't do anything because we're under that bankruptcy stay. So we have filed, on the 5th, we filed a motion to lift that stay so that the RMA could continue to pursue the surety so that we could get construction going again and get the project back on track. So we have submitted that. There was a status hearing on May 11th, at which point the RMA's motion to lift stay came up. The contractor's attorney noted that they would not be objecting to the lift stay, which is great news for us because then we can get back to working with the surety and hopefully getting the construction back on track. So they have said that they will not object to it. Our attorneys are working with the bankruptcy attorney for the contractor right now to develop an agreed-upon order, so the language within the agreed-upon order that would lift the stay for us. And now I've not seen the final one yet, but it's important to note that in response to our motion for lift stay, the bankruptcy judge, has scheduled a hearing on that motion for lift stay for tomorrow. So even if we don't get the agreed-upon language before tomorrow, which I'm hopeful that we are, we're just waiting on language from the bankruptcy attorney. We're hopeful that the attorney will rule in our favor tomorrow. And again, it's important to note the bankruptcy attorney for the contractor has said that they would not object to the motion to lift stay. So we're really hopeful that that will go through tomorrow, and that will allow us to go back to the surety and restart those conversations so that we can hopefully get a new contractor on board. So that's what I have for you today.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, several. Commissioner Holguin and then Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge.
Leon.
Thank you, Raymond. That sounds like really, really good news with the motion to lift the stay. Now, if it gets granted and the stay is lifted, that's wonderful. We can go back to working with the surety. But what can we do to get the surety to start moving hopefully more quickly? Because I know you've been working with them for several months, even before the bankruptcy was filed. And I know that they have to confirm all of the work that was previously done by the contractor, but I'm just wondering what we can do to try to get the surety to move more quickly than they've done in the past, to identify a new contractor and to get the project started again.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that they have heard from us the urgency. They've heard from the public. They've heard from the folks within the bankruptcy court about the urgency of this one. So I'm hopeful that they will be more reactive to that. However, there are some things that we can do from a legal standpoint if we needed to. However, in the interim, since the bankruptcy was filed, we have been providing additional project information at their request. So we've given them, we think they have everything that they need. We've answered multiple requests from their consultant contractor, from their attorney, from the surety themselves. So we feel like we've given them everything that they need, so we're hopeful that we'd be able to move very quickly once that lift stay motion.
And are they a party to the bankruptcy proceedings?
They are.
They are. So is that something, a request that can be made from the bankruptcy, from the judge overseeing the bankruptcy proceeding? Some kind of order or direction to the surety company to move quickly?
That's something that we would be looking at as well. Yeah, so we have talked about different alternatives within that realm as well.
Okay, great, great. And then just lastly, before I hand it over to Commissioner Leon, I want to thank you for the postcard. I think that went a long way to informing the public about the status of the project. As I've always said, I think a lot of the angry phone calls that were received, it was just because people didn't know what was happening. And so once we were able to lay it all out and explain what was happening and what we expected to happen next, I think that went a long way. And then, of course, all of the traffic measures that you all have taken with the lights and the striping, all of those safety measures have made a big difference. I also want to thank the Sheriff's Department. They were out there for a couple of weeks when our relief route was closed because of work that the city was doing, so I want to thank them for being out there. So I'm grateful that traffic is now moving much, much better than it was. But now we just have to get the project started again.
Totally agree. And frankly, the postcard was an idea from the county, from Betsy, in fact, I believe. So anything that you all can think of that would help alleviate some of those issues that we have out there, please let me know. And I think you'll see that the RMA is open to all of that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for responding, because I know it came up that would be very helpful. Thank you, Raymond. Commissioner Leon?
Basically the same questions, but is this still a working code?
Yes, sir.
Because I just tried it. It showed me that it's been deactivated by you all.
Let me look at that then. So this was sent over just as a proof, so I'm not sure that this is the actual code. This was just to show you all what it looked like. But let me check with our folks. It should be live.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
If it's not, then that's a problem.
I checked it recently because I gave Norma some feedback on the website, but it did work. I did.
But it's not from this one.
It's not. This is as it was an example, but the actual postcard that was sent out, I did check the QR code off of.
Okay.
And I'll confirm as well.
Thank
though.
you.
Yeah,
And the website does have, it's an actual tab that says Pelicano Drive Widening Project. So I read the description on the website, and that's very clear.
And we'll update that after tomorrow's hearing. I think that's a big milestone
Yes.
for us, hopefully. We'll have some
Yes.
good stuff to post.
Thank you.
Okay, Raymond, thank you.
Sir, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 16, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed renaming of Peyton Drive to Peyton Hills Drive in the Mission Ridge Development Area.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. George Reyes with Paso County Planning and Development. Hope you all had a great weekend. Today, we are looking for permission to conduct a public hearing for the name change of Peyton Drive to Peyton Hills Drive. Okay, so this started when the 911 district came to the county requesting that we take a look at a name change for this specific road. And as you can see on the exhibit here, Peyton Drive starts on the south, Mark Twain, right on the border of the new Mission Ridge development area, and Sparks. And it heads north all the way up to Paseo de Este. And so there were two issues that the 911 district brought up to our attention. The first being emergency services. A lot of emergency service complaints were coming in stating that because of the two distinct road names, and I forgot to mention, sorry, south of Mark Twain is Peyton Road. So you have Peyton Road in Sparks that goes all the way up to Mark Twain, and then starting at Mark Twain going north, that's when Peyton Drive starts. And so emergency services were saying that this was causing a lot of confusion for emergency services, just because when somebody's in an emergency situation, all they say is, oh, I'm on Peyton, I'm on Peyton. And the operator will tell them, okay, which Peyton? Peyton Road or Peyton Drive? And they're like, I don't know. I'm just on Peyton. All I know is that's Peyton. And so it's increasing their call times. And so they were reaching out to us mainly because of this issue that they're having out there to change the name. One issue that we had thought of was just changing Peyton Drive to Peyton Road to make it one long segment. But then we come up with a duplicate address issue where the segments on Peyton Drive already have some of the numbering that Peyton Road has. So you have houses that have been there for decades that have 700 Peyton Road, and then now the new commercial businesses would also have 700 Peyton Road. So we couldn't just change Drive to Road, and so we were thinking about changing the name to Peyton Hills Drive to alleviate some of this, and that was the request of the 911 centers to completely change the name so that there would be no confusion for their dispatchers, for emergency services, or the community. And so if you take a look at the next slide, currently, if we change the name Peyton Drive to Peyton Hills Drive, there are 4 lots that currently have an address for Peyton Drive. The first one being a medical office that's fairly new. The second lot being they're building out like a little shopping center right there, so there's no tenants yet. And then the next 2 are vacant lots that are owned by Hunt Communities. So there's nobody that's leased those lots as of yet. So really, there would be 2 businesses being affected by this change. First being a medical office that's at the first location in the first lot, and a yoga studio, which is in the back corner of that medical office. As soon as we found out about we were going to need to change the name, or we were going to request this of you, I went canvassing to the businesses in this area, and just to give them a heads up, look, we're thinking about changing this name. There'll be a public hearing, and we'll send you some information as when this will happen. And the yoga studio was actually really thrilled because they said they've been having issues with Google Maps and Apple Maps sending their clients to Sparks. And so we already see it happening on some of the mapping systems there, so another reason why we wouldn't want to change to Peyton Road. The medical office was a little upset because they're in the process of changing their office from Eastlake to Peyton, and it is a long process, so they will have to do that process again. But that's why I thought we'd give them that warning so they can kind of halt those operations until we figured out what we were going to do here at the county. And so if directed, we would schedule a public hearing for June the 5th. According to the Texas Transportation Code 251.013, we need to, at the very most, send out a certified mail to all the property owners affected by the name change. And so if given permission today, I'll be doing that first thing tomorrow morning, as well as going to those businesses again and letting them know what the decision was. And with that, do we have any questions?
Yes, Commissioner Leon. And
Can we, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
I don't know.
you
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I don't want to.
Commissioner
No, I-
Ondine, and then Commissioner.
Sorry. I was just going to ask, can we go to the slide before this one?
Okay.
Okay, so Peyton, so Mark Twain is where that little orange dot is towards the bottom, and so Peyton Drive in Sparks, no, Peyton Road in Sparks is not going to change at all.
Correct.
Okay, so we're talking about the little orange dot all the way. So that's a long street, but there are only 4 properties that actually would have that address. Nothing else along. I know the high school is there, so, but there's no other addresses along that whole long street.
Correct. When I went out there to canvass, I went along that road and did not see anything. The development basically put the backs of the houses to Peyton all along that. Eastlake is abutting it, but their address is on
Emerald Pass, I think, yeah.
And then the corner convenience, the corner commercial developments, Falcon Village, and the gas station that's there also has an Eastlake address. So it would just be those 4. Even the new development that's happening north of this, it hasn't been built yet or anything, or they're in the process of building. Same style of development where the backyards face Peyton Drive, so nothing's actually facing Peyton Drive that would have an address.
Okay, just that topmost little corner.
Yes,
with those 4
correct.
properties.
Yes, ma'am. Those right there.
Okay, and one of the buildings is still empty, it's barely being constructed. The other one only has those two tenants, the medical office and the yoga?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Sorry, Commissioner.
I basically had those same thoughts, but also, I'm thinking, why would they want to even keep the name Peyton at all? If I'm in distress and they're asking me, is it Peyton Hills or is it Peyton Drive? I would think that 911 would just get a whole different name in there.
That is true, and they didn't want to be too overly burdensome. At the staff level, we had spoken about it, and we didn't want to change it completely, so we thought, okay, well, maybe if we add something to Peyton, like Peyton Hills, that would work as well. But this is asking for permission to go to public notice, so if you all want a different name, you can suggest that as well.
My own personal feeling is just change the name completely. I think that there still would be confusion, especially during a moment of panic. Those are, the court may not feel as I do, but I just feel it should be completely different.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I agree with Commissioner Leon. I think we ought to just, to avoid any future problems with the naming, why not just name it a different one? I know, we have some problem streets in the whole city and county where even some of them they abut to and they start a different name from there on out. And people think that the road continues under the...
Leon or
Commissioner Leon.
Okay. Yeah, because there's also already a Leon. So
okay. So I think we ought to try to just name it differently.
Senor?
I don't know. I can see both because everyone already knows that Peyton, when you're talking about that portion of Peyton, that's where East Lake High School is. But I can see what you mean. If it still causes confusion, then maybe we do want to change it. I don't know.
But this came from them, so...
This came from the 911 district, yes, sir.
So how would they feel about them offering, accepting, wanting that, and then we...
They were, as long as the name changed, they were fine. They didn't want to put like North Peyton Drive or North Peyton Road because she brought up Lee Trevino is actually North Lee Trevino, but nobody ever puts that as an address.
Zaragoza is the same way.
Zaragoza, yeah, but sometimes they do that, South Zaragoza, but no, yeah, so that's why she was just making sure it changed significantly and not just putting a north-south or a drive road, that type of switch.
Well, what's your feeling?
Personally, I do like Peyton Hills Drive, and it does simplify the process going quicker just for that one business, but this is a large area that we would be changing for forever. So initial thoughts were maybe we could have some type of naming competition, but that could come out with the delayed process just because not a lot of people know what names can be used because we're even thinking since it was near the East Lake Falcons, we can name it Falcon Drive, but there's already a Falcon Drive and a Falcon Street, so we didn't want to do that. And so that's why naming it near that Peyton Hills Drive was a solution that would get this going in a quicker fashion.
That's what I would be worried about. There's so much development that's come up in that area, and everyone already knows that street is Peyton. That's what I would be worried about, changing it completely away from Peyton.
It's got a great sound to it, Peyton Hills.
Peyton Hills. I think I like the Peyton Hills.
What do you think?
I'm with whatever the court wants to do. I just think if we're going to take away having to have issues of misidentifying them, I think it would just be something totally different.
Do we have to make a decision on the name today, or is that something during the public hearing we could hear from the public regarding the name?
So we can bring this item back again because the public hearing does have to have what we decided on the name in case there are people that object to that name. It's notifying the public this is going to be the new name, so we do have to have that on the public hearing. So we can have this same item come back at the June 5th.
I'd hate to delay.
What precinct is this in? Is this in your precinct, Commissioner?
Mine.
Precinct 3, yes, sir.
I was thinking if you do the Peyton
Hills.
And then they decide whether they want it or not. At least it's out there.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to hear from those two businesses that are going to be affected.
Okay.
The most affected, I guess. If they like the Peyton Hills, or if they would want something completely different.
Okay.
But I like Peyton Hills Drive.
No, I'll defer, since it's your precinct, I'll defer to the Peyton Hills.
So do we
have a motion to?
Yes, so I'll go ahead and make the motion, I think, to authorize the public hearing to be held
Yeah.
on June 5th.
Well, I think, do you just want direction? I saw that the last slide you had pretty good language about, looks like what it was you wanted. So did you want that, Jorge? Would you prefer it in a motion, or just did you want consensus from
It's
the
up to the
court?
court. I
Okay,
mean,
so Commissioner, if you'd like,
directions.
I think Jorge included the language there for
Okay.
your consideration.
So I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to pursue the name change of Peyton Drive in the Mission Ridge Development Area to Peyton Hills Drive in accordance with the procedures prescribed in the Texas Transportation Code, Section 251.013, including providing proper notice to residents affected by the proposed rename change.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Judge and Commissioners.
I'll second that.
I said, did something change here?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, and Jorge, before you leave, I have a question. What are we doing to keep this from happening again? Because the new subdivision came in with the road. So if I'm correct, the old road is having to change the road name. It was the road that was initially here, but there's less people on it. A new subdivision comes in with the same name, but now it's a drive instead of a road.
Yes, so we're changing the new development area. So Sparks is staying the same, the old road.
Okay.
And then, so the new developments are what's going to be changing. And recently, we did get this addressing software that's going to prevent this from happening.
Okay.
So we are using that now.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had something to, because I know we've had this happen a couple times where we've had to change a road name. Okay, thank you.
Item number 17, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 17, approve and authorize the ratification of the Criminal Justice Coordination Department grant application submittal and associated county judge signed documents to the Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance for the fiscal year 23 Swift, Certain, and Fair Supervision Program in the amount of $800,000 from October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2027. No county match is required. Contract number 2023-0405.
Good afternoon, Leticia.
Good afternoon. I was trying to turn on my microphone. It's like, am I on? Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Leticia Vizcaíno, Grant Analyst, Budget and Fiscal Policy, for the record. This grant application before you was submitted on behalf of the Criminal Justice Coordination Department in the amount of $800,000 for a 4-year period. The grant request does include 2 full-time positions that will be 100% grant funded. There is no county match for this grant application request. And with this, I will pass the item on to Catherine Jones, the Director of the Criminal Justice Coordination Department, for further information and to answer any of your questions.
Hi, Catherine. Welcome.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Catherine Jones, Criminal Justice Director with the Criminal Justice Coordination Department. This is a Bureau of Justice Assistance grant that we would like to pursue with the swift, certain, and fair principle behind it. I have Supervision Manager Chris Ray with me, who will explain more about the grant.
Excellent. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. So with this grant, swift, certain, and fair, essentially what this will give us the ability to do is to do a lot more with less, since we're trying to take the tax burden away from the taxpayer and
utilizing these grants, it'll give us the ability to be more effective with DWIs. Currently, we serve around 1,100 cases of DWIs, individuals who are charged with those type of crimes. And so what this will give us the ability to do is identify if they have a mental health need and a substance abuse need. And so a lot of the individuals who get arrested have these type of needs, and so they go through the system without ever getting the help that they need. So this will enable us to get them the resources that they need while they're under supervision for pretrial. In addition to that, some of the things that the individuals will be doing that are in charge of these individuals that are arrested are admonishing them. If they fail to do a breathalyzer or urinalysis test, we admonish them right then and there so that they're aware of the consequences. Sometimes currently right now we're not able to do that because of the numbers of cases that we have. So this will be give us the ability to focus on that right away instead of us getting into it whenever it comes up or we're notified of those events. In addition, again, we can find out immediately if, why did you fail this? Is there something that you need? Is there some resources that you might need in the mental health area or substance abuse? And we can get that for them right away as opposed to finding out later. Our goal is to get them to court and to enhance public safety. And so this will be able to help us in doing that. And again, this will only be able to, we will accomplish this with the grants that we're able to bring into the Criminal Justice Department.
Excellent, thank you.
I think one last important thing to note is that a lot of the DWI cases that come to us, they have co-occurring issues. They have a mental health need or a trauma, and because of that, they self-medicate with alcohol or drugs. And those are the clients we're going to be focusing on with this program.
That's excellent. Move to approve.
Second.
Judge? One other thing, I'm glad that we're doing this because, the Juvenile Justice Department does start taking a more proactive approach on hand early on in the cases. And I think that really bodes well for what we want to do in the adult population and really start trying to get them the services as soon as we can and maybe even diverting them. So, yeah, I agree. I'm for this. Thank you.
Go ahead, Cesar, the vote.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you both. Thank you both.
Item number 18, approve and authorize the ratification of the Criminal Court Number 2 grant application submittal and associated county judge signed documents to the Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance for the El Paso County Fiscal Year 23 Adult Treatment Court Discretionary Grant Program in the amount of $1 million from October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2027. No county match is required. Contract number 2023-0404. And we'd like to ask for this item to be postponed for 2 weeks at the request of the Grants Department.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Item number 19, Budget and Finance. Receive a presentation regarding various financial and budget information for consideration in the fiscal year 2024 budget and take appropriate action.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Francisco Rios, the Budget Manager with the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. Fiscal year 24 budget requests were due on April 22nd. We're currently reviewing all requests prior to compiling the first fiscal year 24 budget presentation. As we prepare for fiscal year 24, I want to provide you all with an overview of our fiscal year 23 budget and some of the major factors that influence the revenue projections that we presented on last month. I will also provide you with some additional information on the budget process and upcoming dates and activities. Here's a quick overview of the adopted budget. Here's a quick overview of the adopted fiscal year 23 budget. The total budget was $554.5 million. This includes 6 funds. General fund is our largest, which is about 80% of the total budget. Special revenue is about 11.5%. Grants is reflected as zero because we increased the budget as grants are awarded and received. As a reminder, our budgets do include an appropriated but unallocated portion of the fund balance. The general fund portion is $443.7 million. Within general fund, we have 8 programs. General government and public safety are the 2 largest. This is an updated portion of the revenue projection provided by the county auditor based on month ending March. As of the end of March, the auditor was projecting FY24 revenue for general fund to be $354 million. The projection so far does not include any growth in property tax revenue, as it is very early in the year and there are still a large amount of protests outstanding. We heard from the Central Appraisal District last month that it is still early in valuation process and they expect more protests as a result of the increase into 2023 valuations. Based on this financial data from the auditor and historical variances, we estimate that our FY24 general fund will be approximately $386 million. The difference is largely due to the preliminary valuation sent by the CAT in late April, which would generate an additional $25 million based on the current maintenance and operations rate. We know this estimate for property tax revenue will change as it is based on the current tax rate. 2 quick reminders. First, as our values increase, our tax rate will decrease, meaning the estimate will still fluctuate over the next few months. Secondly, we cannot adopt a budget that exceeds the certified county auditor revenue estimates. We will continue to provide the information to the auditor and collaborate with them for the final revenue projection, which is due in July. Over the past 5 years, our average revenue growth has been 5.36%. This average growth would be about $13.7 million more in revenue.
I'm sorry, before you move on from that slide, I just, the last 3 columns, the auditor FY23, what is the 06, the 06, and the 05 mean? The projected 06, estimated 06, and estimated 05?
Oh, that is as of, okay, so the auditor FY23 projected 06. That is what is being projected as of March 6th for the remainder of fiscal year 23.
Okay.
And then you asked about the FY24?
The same, that's the estimated 06 through March.
Frank, can you explain why we use the number 06, 05? It references a month?
I apologize. It references the fiscal month.
The 6th fiscal month of the year.
So March happens to be our 6th fiscal month. So at the end of fiscal month 6, March, those are the revenues he's projecting for FY23.
Okay, and for FY24, it's only through February then, the 5th fiscal month?
So the last column, that's our budget projections. So I think there's a small variance between our projections and his projections. And our projections were as of February, the end of February.
Okay, thank you.
The chart before you provides a historical look at our tax rates. The no new revenue rate adopted for FY23 was a 9% from 22, while the 22 rate was just under a 4% decrease from FY21. I'm sorry, from 2021. When we compare our tax rate to the 10 most populous counties in the state, our maintenance and operations rate is second highest, yet our property values are second to the lowest. The total rate in the last column includes all tax amounts assessed, including interest and sinking, road and bridge, stormwater. While we only assess maintenance and operations and interest and sinking rates, other counties may assess additional rate taxes, like the road and bridge tax, to fund infrastructure needs.
Frank, before you go off of that slide, this is something we asked, I asked the team to change up, because we used to only show our tax rate compared to the other counties, but it was not a full picture, because when you look at the property values that the other counties are taxing on, and I always say, you know, it doesn't cost less to buy a stormwater pumper vehicle in El Paso, Texas than it does in Harris County. Or, you know, because we're paying the same cost for expenses, but we don't generate the same revenue with the same penny, if you will, of tax, because their property values are so much higher than ours. So just want to keep that, because we do get criticism for our tax rate, but it's part of an overall formula of what the property values are in each of these counties. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. As we prepare for our first budget presentation, we expect growth in our budgeted expenses. This graph provides a look back at our general fund budget and percentage of growth. Our average growth over the last 8 years is 7.38%, or 2% higher than our revenue growth, which includes the reserve amount that we budget each year. Since 2016, our general fund actual growth or actual expenses is 5.14%. On a prior slide, I noted that our average budget growth is 7.38%, also a 2% difference. The average of our actual expenses are in line with our average revenue from the earlier slide of 5.36%. Another factor we consider during the budget process is the Consumer Price Index. This allows us to anticipate increases in cost of goods. In 2022, the CPI was unusually high, which resulted in higher cost of supplies and reduced our purchase capacity. This was especially evident in the price of vehicles and equipment program for purchases. The March CPI was 5% over 2022, which in theory will equate to a 5% increase in our budget based on the price of goods. Currently, we're providing an additional funding to projects and purchases of vehicles and equipment higher than 5%. These next 3 slides will summarize some of the items that have already been approved throughout the 2023 fiscal year that will grow our budget in 2024. These items are the extended audit contract, new positions. We're going to fully fund them to include the first quarter. El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, county's match portion of advanced funding agreement to help launch the expanded transit services. County Criminal Court Number 2, DWI Drug Court Treatment Program match. 383rd mid-year request for a new court coordinator. RISE program match. DA VAWA match. FY23 Unified Transportation Program. John Hayes, Vista del Sol, Bob Hope, Tierra Este Transit Startup match. Jail Magistrate, Presiding Judge salary increase. Planning and Development, Tornillo North and South Sidewalks construction. IDEMIA Maintenance and Support Agreement for more fold-ins for FY23 and 24. Knowing Maintenance for pole pad software and hardware. VMware Site Recovery Manager. The Distance Learning and Telemedicine grant. Cobblestone Hosted. Software maintenance for county administration. Increase in grant match for 65th Protective Order Court. Increase in grant match for SO Victim Services. Home delivered meals, Texans feeding Texans. Increase in grant match for the DA Victims Assistance. Increase in grant match for CA Victims Assistance. Increase in grant match for CDBG home delivered meals. Pyrocom installation and maintenance for security hardware. Commissioner Precinct 2, Preservation Texas. Contract for grant consultant services. Clear ProFlex subscription with West Publishing, Thomas Reuters for criminal justice coordination. The Bridge of the Americas Air Quality Assessment, YMCA swimming contract, HR Human Resources mid-year request for a new employee relations and development manager. These items total just over $5.5 million, or an equivalent of 0.28 cents of the maintenance and operations rate. In addition to those items that we just reviewed, we are expecting other impacts to the budget not yet presented to the court. These include CLEAT increase, operating travel costs, personnel costs for new positions, regrades, mid-year changes, minimum wage goal, health and retirement increases, contractual increases that are consumer price index based, strategic plan initiatives. To date, those items that we have calculated will result in an increase of about $12 million, or 2 cents of the maintenance and operation rate. Each month, the Budget Office provides the auditor with an estimate of large line items that may have unspent funds at the end of the year to assist the auditor in projecting the fund balance. Mr. Dion has presented that the FY22 fund balance was $116 million, or 10.24% of the FY23 adopted budget, which is just within our 10 to 15% goal. His estimated fund balance for FY23 is $104 million, but may still be impacted by increases in expenditures throughout the remainder of the fiscal year. As we began developing our FY24 budget, one of our budget priorities is to maintain an adequate fund balance amount no less than 10%. As mentioned earlier, our revenue growth is about 2% less than our average expense budget growth. This emphasizes the importance of our fund balance. Not only is a fund balance important for our financial health, but we will still continue relying on using a portion of our fund balance to present a fiscal year 2024 statutorily balanced budget. Currently, projections from the auditor indicate a 3.43% in revenue, even though the current estimate is less than the budget as pointed out in an earlier slide. The auditor is also projecting sales tax revenue to fall below budget, as well as intergovernmental revenue, mainly the revenue from the federal prisoners. The lower federal revenue is due to several factors, which includes less bed capacity, while renovations to the jail are in progress, and an unusually high state inmate count. We will continue to closely monitor property values, sales tax, and our fund balance, as well as charges for services as we develop our FY24 budget. Our annual CIP call for projects opened up today, May 22nd. Departments will present changes to fees and charges for services through June. HR will be presenting personnel and wage increases in July. This year, our annual CIP process has been delayed to complete the programming of major capital projects to be aligned with the tax note and certificate of obligation issuance. We are currently working with county administration to redesign our annual CIP process and policy. Our call for projects for FY24 begins today and closes on June 9th. In August, we will ask the court to approve the CIP funding allocation as estimated by the county auditor, while county administration reviews a request received. In September, county administration will present the recommended projects and the methodology used to determine the recommended projects for FY24. While the process is slightly changed compared to last year, departments will still have access to their funding within the same timeline as they have had in years past. I don't know if there's any questions.
Yes. I just wanted to point something out to the court and administration that we had a meeting last week in the Central Appraisal District Board, and we received verification that we don't have as many protests this year as last year, so it kind of bodes well to maintain the property values that are, it might give us a little bit better outlook in terms of those people that are contesting the appraised values. And I'm talking about not just a little bit, about quite a few number of protests way less than last year. So,
thank you. Francisco?
Any other questions? Tom? Thank you. Thank you.
No further action on item number 19. This brings us to item number 20, executive session. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 20A through 20D pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different. It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because kids coming together, understanding, helping each other. That's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact it's going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the fastest growing sport right now. So,
this is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court. And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources. But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into four pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
In our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always always welcome those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
You know, I think the message that we were trying to impart upon him, you know, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, you know, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, you know, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to like see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact is going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the largest growing sport, fastest growing sport right now. So
this is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court. And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources. But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into 4 pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
In our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always always welcome those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
You know, I think the message that we're trying to impart upon him, you know, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, you know, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, you know, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
this is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact is going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the largest growing sport, fastest growing sport right now. So
this is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court. And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources. But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into four pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
in our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always welcomed those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
I think the message that we were trying to impart upon him, both, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products.
Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs.
Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
this is the first park of 3 all abilities playgrounds that will be in the county of El Paso, Texas. This one at Gallegos Park is one. The next one is Risinger Park in Fabens. And the third, which is the largest one, an acre, destination, all abilities playground, is at Ascarate Park. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park that are very inclusive. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings. So the swings are actually similar to what you can see right behind me, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about it. And I think this is the place to start, to see change in the community. Having kids of different abilities play together and maybe things will be different.
It means that now they have a space that they know they can go to where they will be able to participate. There's no question. So for a child with a disability and a parent, bringing their child to engage in these recreational activities, having this park here is a knowledge that when they come, there will be something for their child to engage in.
This is an amazing partnership between Moms on Board, which is a nonprofit organization, and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Many times it benefits the children without disabilities more because they're learning empathy, they're learning an appreciation and an understanding and acceptance for an experience that's different from their own.
There's going to be a lot of beautiful moments that are going to happen in this park because people, kids coming together, understanding, helping each other, that's a big part of this. Like I said, the physical is very, very attractive, but the impact is going to have on the community and the way we see life and the way we see the world, this is going to have a huge impact on that as well.
Bye-bye.
I was very surprised to see such a large crowd out here. First time I ever heard of it was a number of months ago. A friend of mine told me about it, and I was like, "What is that? Who plays that?" Apparently, it's the fastest growing sport right now. So
this is played on a smaller court. This one, a point can go all the way to like 20 hits. This one has a carbon fiber face. There's a whole bunch of varieties, different shapes, different weights, everything. I know there's 40 holes on an outdoor ball.
You can tell a court because the area near the net is a different color. It's called the kitchen, and it's a no volley zone. And that's how you can tell the difference between a pickleball and tennis court. Albuquerque has 18 dedicated courts with stadium seating. Las Cruces has 8 courts at Apodaca Park, but El Paso did not have one single dedicated court. And this is a perfect example of how we maximize our resources. But when I took my presentation to Veronica Myers at County Parks and Rec, she said, "We want this."
We got our county engineer involved, and we looked at the option of converting the tennis court into four pickleball courts. It required new surfacing, and then the striping of the pickleball courts, the new netting, the fence to divide the 4 courts.
in our festival area, we have some futsal courts out there. We're going to be working to have those ready in a number of months so that people have more access. I think it's great. We're going to continue to do as much as we can to keep people out here and playing.
My message was primarily thanking him for making the trip to El Paso because, like I said, I don't think you really understand what we as a community are having to go through when we see these surges. El Paso has always been a welcoming community, and we've always always welcome those in need with open arms, and we're always going to be that way. We're never going to change.
You know, I think the message that we were trying to impart upon him, you know, we need to continue to treat these people in a humane fashion. Thanked him for the resources that his administration has provided to the county up to this point, and thanked him for, you know, committing to provide further resources. He asked what we needed the most.
But we do need help. We can't do it on our own. We have tremendous nonprofit organizations, just community volunteers, just people who out of the goodness of their heart will do anything that they can to help improve the situation. But we do need help, and that's why it was so important for the president to have come.
We thank the president for his work to try to relieve some of the pressure that we have here at the border. But the humanitarian crisis, even though it may not exist here, it's going to exist somewhere, and it's unfair to push that on our Mexican counterparts, our Mexican neighbors, or the other countries. There's still going to be a humanitarian crisis until we figure out what to do with immigration reform, and that's, you know, the end goal.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products.
Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs.
Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Caesar.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 4:02 p.m. Item number 20C from executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, discuss legal rights and responsibilities regarding the county's response to the lifting of Title 42. Could we have a motion to delete this item, please?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 21 from regular session, discuss and take appropriate action on the county's response to migrant surges and the effects of the lifting of Title 42. No action on item number 21. Item number 20.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Were we gonna take this item?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna give a quick update, just Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney. So many of the agreements that we had mentioned last time, we'll just be bringing back on June 5th. So I wanted to put that on your radars. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. No further action on item number 21. Item number 22, discuss and take action on El Paso County's litigation regarding the opioid epidemic by authorizing the county judge to execute an order regarding settlement offers in the matter of Texas opioid multi-district litigation for the county in the matter of County of El Paso versus Purdue Pharma Incorporated et al., MDL pretrial cause number 2018-63587 in the 152nd District Court of Harris County, Texas. County Attorney's case number 024417PL.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Jed Unterrecker, Assistant County Attorney. I would ask for a motion authorizing the County Judge to execute the settlement participation and release forms regarding settlement offers in the matter of the Texas opioid multi-district litigation for the county for the Allergen defendants.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jed.
This completes all the items on our agenda, Judge.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. Commissioners, have a great week. Our production, translators back there, and our legal team, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a great week.
This concludes today's meeting at 4:05 p.m.